Hello everyone and welcome back to the 2021 Osu Catch World Cup. I am Dolan, joined by Snow Leopard for the big match of the weekend, United States against China in the losers bracket. One of these teams will be sent home in the top 8. Both these teams were top 3 last year. Snow Leopard, welcome to the booth.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, and might I say, one of the most exciting games of this weekend. Going to see the final rematch of United States versus China after our kind of famous battle in 2018. I'm excited to see what's going to be happening here.
Yeah, these two teams had a anime arc of a rivalry back in 2018 where the US got the tiebreaker win in quarterfinals, but China would come back through the losers bracket and take the win in grand finals over the US. They have not played since that match. Crazy to believe, but we have gone nearly 3 full years without US-China rematch, and we have it now.
And now that we're finally having that, the teams are a bit changed as well, both the United States and China, with a slightly different roster, both missing at least one of their kind of more top players. On the United States, that would be Rosteld, and for China, that would be Nagy.
Yeah, no Rosteld, no Nagy, but the thing about both these countries is they have ample replacements. We see Sianis and Kovir for China. They have been doing amazingly well this tournament so far. And Colin and Kisetsnatori, making their debuts on the side of the United States, have put in work as well. Colin had a little bit of a rough match this morning, but was able to keep it together to maintain that 7-0 win over Australia.
Yeah, if you guys missed the match earlier, United States versus Australia is what got the U.S. into this match. They won 7-0. Definitely excited to see what these new players are going to do. Like you mentioned, they've been doing really good. And pretty much all the matches of China I've watched, Kovir and Sianis have almost been MVPs, honestly. We always have Dusk and Crystal in there holding it down, but those two new players are really showing up and a lot of times do get the top score for their team.
And we also did see Dusk and Crystal struggling quite a bit in their win over Indonesia, and Sianis and Kovir definitely stepped up big there. So just waiting to get the lobby all set up. We'll be getting right into this match as soon as we can. Chat, who do you think is going to win, United States or China? Let us know who you're cheering for in the chat. And if you haven't, and you're a fan of these two teams, and you want to buy a banner, check out the banners. $2.50 in the Osu store right now.
Absolutely, you can't go wrong with a banner. And if you pick the right team that wins, you get to keep that banner for even longer. I forget the exact time frame, but for everybody else, You only get it to the end of the tournament, but if you pick the winner, you get to keep that little kind of badge of honor. It shows that you picked the right team to support.
Indeed. Here we go. The lobby is set up, so we're going to be getting right into the roles and the bans and the picks. So we see the Creeper chilling on the wrong side of the screen, just Creeper things.
Creeping around.
Just creeping around as we get a look at this map pool. We can speculate as to where these bans may go, but I think it's pretty obvious where the US is going to go with their ban. I mean, they kind of have to ban double time here against China. And Dusk is going to roll a 17, so not the strongest of rolls.
Yeah, a little unideal, you could say. We'll have to see what the US can respond with. Is RNG on their side today?
They forgot to add the captain.
Yeah, not a great start. Already missing their captain.
Having trouble getting the team captain Sekre in to make this roll. He's practicing his rolls behind the scenes, he is.
Yeah, he's trying to warm up that dice hand. He's got the 100-sided dice.
I honestly have no idea where China's going to go with this ban. I reckon, actually, they will ban Hard Rock, but Sekre coming in with a 91. That is a big roll. And China actually are going to ban Nomad 1.
Okay, yeah, that's a pretty fair ban there. Like you said, I expect the US to ban double time, but yeah, for China, I wasn't exactly sure where they wanted to go, but...
I figured it was going to be a Nomad or a Hard Rock. I just thought maybe Hard Rock. But Nomad 1 does make sense. The US opened with that last match and played quite well against Australia. So the US now, it's not a matter of which mod pool, it's a matter of, is it DT 1, 2, or 3?
I'm going to predict DT2, maybe?
That was their ban against Australia. They did go for DT2.
Given a little bit of thought, don't want to make the wrong move here in this match. This is a win or a losers bracket match, sorry. So whoever loses here goes home, and
DT2, it will be from the United States. And yeah, Sekre admitting they were had to make a difficult choice there. But the United States will get to open up the picking here with the first pick of this match. I'd be willing to bet they're going to go for Nomad or Hard Rock.
Yeah, I think that's what they're going to stick with for the most part throughout this match.
I think both the teams know where the strengths and weaknesses are. For China, it's going to be in the hidden and double time bracket, and they're going to have to figure out a way to steal one in Nomad. But the US, they're going to probably stick to Nomad and Hard Rock here.
Poor Crystal saying he's practiced Double Time 2 100 times, but hasn't been able to play it in either match.
Wow.
So, Double Time 2, definitely the right band to go for there. US still trying to figure out their first pick.
5. So they are going to stick with Nomad here. They're going to make it a Nomad convert to start this match off. Fairly lengthy. We saw this played against Australia. And I'm willing to bet this will be Lexi, DeCreeper, and Sekre for the US.
Definitely could see that. For China, I imagine we're going to see the classic Crystal and Dusk combo and probably Kovir for that second or that third player.
I could see literally anyone come in for the third player because it could be the convert player. But Kovir, yeah, Kovir has been quite well on converts. So wouldn't be surprised.
From what I've seen, it seems like China likes to default to Kovir, and then Sinus kind of comes in and out depending on what maps are picked. Could be wrong on that though.
Yep, and then yep, Sekre coming in to fill that final slot, and looks like this is going to be it.
A little shuffling around. Sekre wants that top slot. That just means every time he misses, we get to hear it with the hit sounds. So.
Gotta have it with those hit sounds. And here we go. The start command is in from our official J Drago. The rematch, 3 years in the making, is about to get underway.
We're going to be starting off with a nearly 4-minute long song. Should be a nice warm-up for everybody. Lexi missing the first 3. Oh, no.
It was client lag for Lexi. Yep. So
yeah. I was like, man, that was not a good start.
Yeah, like, not a good start there, Lexi. Crystal does find an early miss, so it's slight advantage USA. And this is very interesting because these teams in 2018, they played each other on a quarterfinals pool, then they played each other on grand finals pool. So now semifinals somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, a little unfortunate for both teams that they're meeting here in the losers bracket because, you know, you would expect both of these teams to make it to like top 3 or whatever, but one of them's got to lose out here.
Sekre will find the first miss for the US. That is going to flip the lead over to China here, as Crystal's miss was well before that 200 combo mark very early. It's going to be a less than 1 miss lead here for China as Sekre rebuilds.
Really
Sekre now up to 200.
Everything should be stable. Dusk gonna miss though. Lexi gonna trade.
Yeah, Dusk and Lexi will go for the trade there. So China will maintain that lead. It's only Creeper, Kovir, and Crystal with FCs remaining on the board. And Crystal does drop. So now the US with a chance to even it double miss. Dusk will make it a double miss. So now the US will flip it. Crystal's struggling even more. It's only Kovir for China. And now Lexi is above that 200 combo mark, Snow Leopard.
Yeah, that is exactly what the US wanted to see there. Lexi gonna be falling now. Crystal and Dusk both weren't at 200 yet, so it's a little less painful than if they were.
Yep, that will allow China to close the score gap a little bit, prevent the US from running away with it. This is still anybody's game here on the opening pick. Into the final third of the map now. Very small lead for the United States. Kovir does drop right as Lexi gets to 200 combo. That is massive.
US gonna be running away with it again, although the Creeper finally gonna fall.
Yeah, Kovir does also miss, so he'll trade it. Lexi does go down, and now China with a chance, but Crystal goes down. It's only Dusk. Sekre is down now. Dusk with the only combo. He's got a chance to flip it.
Yeah, there's still a quarter of the map left. That is enough to swap things over.
And oh, look at these misses from the US in the slow section. Creeper and Lexi.
And there we have it. It's flipped over. Dusk held it down for China.
Yeah, Dusk able to hold it down when they needed it. US falling apart at the end. Kovir does go down though, so now the US still with a little life. It's still anyone's game. Final sections of the map coming up here. The US are closing.
Yeah, they're almost at 200 now.
Dusk goes down. Over goes down. Lexi goes down. Wait, that favors the US. Creeper and Sekre gets Crystal.
Just a little outro
It's so
to go.
Close. To the wire. It will be. Will we see any misses here on this slow section? No, we won't.
No.
The US
There we are.
going to hold on.
Woo.
By 5K.
US going to be breathing quite heavily after that one. That was real close. Just barely got it back. They were lucky. Dusk finally found a break at the end.
Wowee. That was coming back. But the US will breathe a huge sigh of relief. They take their opening pick. And China is so close to a massive break point. You know that they would have loved to start out this match with the break point.
Absolutely, yeah. I really thought they had it until the end there.
So now China will have a chance to respond, and we can imagine where they're going to go. The question is it going to be DT1 or DT3, Snow Leopard?
I'm going to guess they'll start with DT1, but we'll have to see what they want to go for.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised also if we saw like a Hard Rock here as well. Because China could also be preparing for the US to expect them to pick double time.
Yeah, that is true.
The mind games within the mind games.
Picking Hard Rock, I feel it could be a little bit risky just because you have players like Sekre on the United States.
Yeah, and Colin this year making his debut, a Hard Rock specialist as well. DT1, it will be from China. They are going to play it safe. They know the US are weak on this. But I have to say, I think DT2 is definitely the hardest DT1 in the pool.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like a lot of people who have played it have struggled on it, and a lot of people have banned it. Let me check the stats here real quick for how often it has been banned. It has been banned a total of 6 times this weekend, I think. Oh wait, no, sorry. It's been banned 3 times, picked 3 times. Although this ban on this match will make that 4 bans total. So that would be, yeah, the most banned map of the pool. Second highest with 2 bans.
So it'll be Sekre, Lexi, and DeCreeper still. We do see Cianis coming in for Kovir, the only substitution for China. But it will be Colin coming in for Lexi. And, man, if I remember correctly, this is the map that Colin went wild on against Australia. Yeah, this is that map.
I'm gonna have to rewatch that VOD. It was early in the morning. Didn't quite get up in time for it, but yeah, I heard it was quite a match.
He had like 500 combo on this.
That's
like
insane.
Colin popped off.
Yeah, not too surprising that the Hard Rock player would also be good at double time. Those 2 mods kind of go hand in hand sometimes.
Yeah, Colin is more of a Hard Rock DT specialist kind of guy. I'd say he's definitely more solid on Hard Rock, but he's very speedy.
Creeper also pretty good at double time as well. We actually saw in chat earlier he wanted to play double time too.
Wait, it's Lexi.
Hold up.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Sekre's the one that subbed out for Colin. Wait a minute. The US always have some big brain strats going on, but I was not ready for this.
I was not either. I know Lexi has been training on some strange mods, but when Lexi was training strange mods, I thought it was like flashlight, stuff like that. But no, apparently Lexi has been secretly practicing the DT pool.
I'm suddenly terrified.
Yeah,
So here we go on China's opening double time 1 pick for the US. It'll be Colin, Lexi, and DeCreeper against Cianis, Dusk, and Crystal. Again, I think the man to watch in this one, top of your screen, Colin. He did very good on this against Australia this morning. We'll see if he can replicate that run.
It's interesting to see Lexi not taking hidden.
Yeah, Lexi wanting to play it safe here. Even though he is literally one of, if not the best hidden player in the world. Early miss there from Dusk. Lexi will trade. But it will actually favor China because Lexi's miss was right after 200. But we're going to be seeing a lot of misses here. Colin is going to drop early. Cianis will trade it. Crystal against a Creeper. Crystal goes down. It's only to Creeper. Lexi getting back up to that 200 combo mark as we do get some client lag here. Halfway through, but it is the US pulling ahead here with the Creeper.
Yeah, that miss from Crystal and Sinus going to give US the lead here.
This would be a huge break point on double time. Colin goes down. Final third of the map. Creeper goes down. Double miss from the US. China going to come back into it here. Crystal is building up to 200. Lexi goes down, completing the triple miss. Cianis is down now. Dusk and Crystal are looking to flip it. The US, they're not gonna get it. But, oh, down goes Dusk and Cianis. Wait a minute. At the end.
And the US hold on.
The US hold.
They pull it off.
They got it. The US take a break point on double time with Lexi. What have we witnessed?
Wow, and look at the Creeper's score there. 660 combo, a single miss. Crazy performance out of the Creeper on that one. You can see why he wanted to play the other double time picks.
Wow! Lexi 950k. And oh my goodness, China gotta be scratching their heads now.
That
Lexi.
is, yeah, if I was China, I'd be scared now to pick double time 3.
This is the power of Lexi with a full gaming PC.
Yeah, recently we got him onto a desktop and off of his old laptop, and man, he's been putting in some work.
Well, all right, the U.S. now, I think in the dream scenario here, up 2-0 over China. Their next pick, now they just have to make sure it counts here. Hard Rock is still wide open. Nomad specifics have not been played. I don't think we can count on the US to venture into Hidden willingly against China. I think Hidden is going to be left alone by both of these teams for quite some time.
Yeah, that one's going to be definitely some dangerous grounds to tread on. Bit of a no man's land between these two teams.
Oh, and here's something interesting. The US will call their timeout very early.
Yeah, US wanting to keep this momentum. They got going with the 2 wins. Want to make this next pick count and get a 3-0 over China if they can.
Yeah, I think the US, they realize how big that break point was on double time, and they want to make sure they convert their next pick into a 3-0 lead.
That'd be absolutely huge in a match like this.
Yeah, most teams, you see most of the time teams will save their timeout towards the later half of a match, but I think if you understand this match specifically in these two teams and how important that point was, this timeout is completely justifiable.
Absolutely, yeah, this is kind of that pivotal moment. If they can convert this to a 3-0, then they're well set for the win. And if not, then, it'll kind of bring things back down.
It'll be Hard Rock 1. So the US going to stay away from Hidden. And I think what they want to do is force China to pick Hidden. I think they just left Hidden open on purpose.
I could see that.
Of course, because, even for China, they're like, picking into Hidden, you're picking into Lexi.
Yeah.
And Sekre.
Yeah, it is definitely always scary to pick in Alexi, no matter what. Apparently, the
And
man
then
that can do it all.
they also got that guy named Zach.
Yeah. Yeah, Zach is like the hidden secret weapon for all those weird maps that you know, just a normal hidden player would struggle on. Here's who the lineup's going to be. We obviously see Sekre coming in for Hard Rock. Lexi's still in there. I kind of expect us to see Colin.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think we'll be seeing Lexi hop out and Colin swap in here. And for China, we see Kovir and Crystal.
Likely that we're going to see Dusk coming in for China as well. We've seen this in previous matches.
Crystal calling for it.
Yeah, for whatever reason, Dusk has been struggling with connection to the server, so he typically has to restart in between each map.
And there is Dusk. So, is it going to be Lexi? Yeah, wait, is Lexi playing everything? Wait a minute.
Turns out this whole time Lexi's just been held back with an old laptop. We get him a real gaming rig, and the man just goes Super Saiyan on us.
DT and Hard Rock is suddenly just easy. We've unleashed a monster.
Best investment to the team we've ever done.
Totally worth it.
It was a nice, wholesome group effort. Lots of people, I don't remember the exact count, but a whole handful of people all pitching in to get Lexi the gaming rig he needed to perform well in the CWC.
Well, here we go. It's gonna be Lexi. Are you kidding me? Wait a minute.
I'm excited to see it. After seeing that double time pick, I have full faith in Lexi to just play everything.
Speechless. So, okay, all right. On Hard Rock for the US, it will be Sekre, Lexi, and Creeper against Kovir, Crystal, and Dusk for China.
Once again, we're seeing Lexi not take hidden for this. Which normally I'd say would be surprising, but he didn't take it for double time either and did well, so.
Now here's the thing, is Hard Rock 1, this is a prime chance for China to get right back into this match to take a break point.
Yeah, if China take a break point here, they'll kind of tie it back up.
Yeah, Kovir will find a very early miss before 200. So far, still good for everyone else. Everyone else is holding a double S. Kovir finds yet another miss, and he's down to 96% accuracy. Really struggling here. No one else seeming to find any issues yet. US running away here in the first third of the map. Still a long way to go, though. Say it's about a 2-miss lead right now. Lexi does find the first miss for the US.
First, I'm going to let China catch back up a little bit. It should still be advantage to the US, though.
Oh, Creeper and Lexi dropping. Kovir drops, trades one of them, but that might not be enough to flip it. Kovir missing yet again. It's Crystal and Dusk against Sekre. So China should be able to flip this.
That extra miss from Kovir might keep the US in, but that miss from Creeper is going to make it flip straight away.
Yeah, now all of a sudden Creeper and Lexi really struggling here. Lexi getting back up to 200, but China now with the lead. Final third of the map. And now the break is there, and they all know.
Pretty much what we saw at the last map, right down to the wire, US pulling it back in the end. Can they do it again?
Yeah, US are going to have to steal this one at the end. They're at the mercy of China, though. Crystal and Dusk have been performing absolutely stellar, though. Kovir does drop and provide the miss. US will flip it. Can they hold? Dust goes down. Double miss from China. It's only Crystal against Sekre. But Lexi and Creeper are there with the combos. Creeper will go down. So that's going to give China a chance. Lexi goes down.
Well.
Dust trades it. China's going to flip it. It looks like they got it down to a spin battle. The US! Hold on! Are you kidding me? How about that? 1,200 points.
Even thinner margin this time on US's pick, but they do pull it out just barely at the end with that spinner.
The spin from the US. Wow.
We see Sekre getting the FC and Crystal with the SS for that map. Both players doing very well. All four other players struggling a little bit.
787 points. That was literally 2 or 3 bananas difference.
Yeah, you could see all 6 players spitting for their lives at the end, and it was well worth it because they needed every banana they could get.
Poor Lexi.
His heart can't handle it.
3-0 United States, and now China really need to get something going here on their second pick.
Lexi saying, I'm gonna pass out. Crystal saying you should not have mentioned that. Are we gonna see a hidden pick now? Are they gonna try and capitalize on Lexi while his heart is racing?
So both of the picks from the US have been insanely close, but have gone their way in the end. And now China is up next. Referee now asking for the pick. And now where does China go here? At DT3 or HD? HD1.
So yeah, I was right. They are gonna try and go hidden 1. Hopefully Lexi is taking some deep breaths.
And we will see Zach coming in for his first appearance of the match. The hidden CTB warlord himself. Zach Alexian would not be surprised to see Sekre here.
Well, I gotta say, my Pick'em's prediction for this match so far has already been destroyed.
I think everyone's pick'ems right now are just done. So Kobe and Crystal on the side of China, awaiting a third teammate.
Imagine will probably be Dusk.
Always hyped to see Zach come in for these big moments in World Cups. He's been in literally this is his 9th catch World Cup.
Yeah, truly a veteran if anyone is. Always coming in for these kind of strange hidden picks. Although this one's a little more standard. It's AR9, CS 4.2. We see in chat, happy birthday, Nagi. I do believe it is Nagi's birthday today. Unfortunately, not on the China squad this year, but shoutouts to him.
Yeah, happy birthday, Nagi. And China's still looking for a third as they transfer Dusk back into the lobby. And you know, for the US, what's funny is I think we've seen almost everyone now from the US except for Kisetsu Notori this match. Which I can only imagine if China picks DT3 that he'll be in there.
Yeah, interesting to see that China has been sticking with Kovir every map so far. We haven't seen Sinus come in yet.
Here we go on to Hidden 1. China's second pick. They're still looking for their first point of the match. Sekre, Lexi, and Zach for the US against Kovir, Crystal, and Dusk.
Yeah, China really want this point here, otherwise that's just going to be really not good for them.
Oh, everyone is down except Dusk at the start. So advantage China here. But again, those 5 misses were very early. Oh, Zach does go down.
Sekre as well.
Oh, the US really struggling on this one here. China now starting to build some combos, and China looking really good here.
Yeah, Dusk still with the SS. Actually, as I say that, he misses a droplet, but it doesn't matter because the US has a double miss.
And Dusk will give up the FC. Crystal and Kovir are still carrying along. Crystal goes down. Only Kovir now for China, but China's built up a massive score lead. Nearly 300k.
Yeah, it's going to be incredibly hard for the US to come back from, and they only have about a third of the map to do it.
Despite Lexi's best efforts here, Kovir does go down. Dusk and Crystal now getting up to 200. Nobody on the US has combo though, sadly.
Yeah, the US keeps getting up to about 100 combo or so and then finding a break.
So China getting the work done here on Hidden 1 to get their first point of the match.
Yeah, at this point, there's not going to be any coming back for the US. The score lead is way too wide. This is going to be first point for China. And the point they desperately needed.
And that will be 3-1. So China getting their first point on the board there. MVP was Kovir, 905,000 points from him. Top scorer of the lobby.
Yeah, we see he actually had 2 more misses than Dusk, but spaced out in between those misses, he had a much higher max combo.
So now the US up to pick once again.
Lexi saying, his worst nightmare, he can't play hidden anymore.
Oh no.
He traded in his hidden skill to play every other mod instead. The fruit god giveth, the fruit god taketh.
Giveth and taketh away. So again, for the US, I can only imagine this is going to either be a Hard Rock 2 or 3 or a no mod.
Going Hard Rock 2. Rock and Roll Mendesu, no.
Cat Jam.
US team gonna be picking a map made by a US mapper, Ascendance. Difficulty, today is a beautiful day, and indeed it will be if the US can get their 4th point here.
Yeah, they're really looking to put the pedal to the metal here and just maintain this advantage. So for Hard Rock 2, it will be Colin stepping in for Lexi. Kovir will await some teammates.
Speaking of Kovir, I'm going to give a shout out to all the artists that made these nice backgrounds. I especially like that, that kind of duck or goose in the corner of his screen. I believe all these backgrounds are from the latest art contest.
We have some very talented artists in the community. And once again, Dusk being dragged in.
We do get him in a little bit earlier this time, though, so that's been good. It seems like his connection has been a little more stable.
Yeah, China haven't had to use their timeout yet.
So now we got Dusk. We got to see who that 3rd player is going to be. I would expect it to be Crystal. However, I also would have expected Crystal to have not left the lobby if he wanted to stay in. Will we see Sinus finally coming in?
You can see Sinus, Hitakami or Kagamine Rin.
Yeah, we have seen Kikami playing this weekend and in previous matches and has done really well. I don't think we've seen Kagami this weekend though.
And it looks like it will be Crystal. Deanna's coming in right now immediately. I guess Crystal now is having problems connecting.
Could be, yeah. It looks like Sinus gonna be coming in just in case.
You have to wonder if they are going to call the timeout. Nope, Crystal is able to get in. So all is good there.
US is going to be sticking with Sekarade, Colin, and the Creeper. Oh. Dusk,
Oh no, Dusk is... Uh-oh. And this is not good. They may have to call their timeout now. Or just throw Sienna's in.
Yeah, and if I remember right, I believe they can't call timeout unless it's their pick.
Oh, that's right. And this is the US's pick.
So they might have to bring in Cyanus.
It depends on what the referee... I'm sure we'll figure out something soon here.
We do have Walter on standby here, trying to help them figure out what's going to go on. We do see Dusk coming back.
Looks like now we're going to get underway. So Sekarade, Colin de Creeper against Kovir, Dusk, and Crystal on Hard Rock 2. Gonna get them synced up, and here we go.
Yeah, it definitely seems like Bancho a little slow right now. We're still waiting for everything to sync up. We do have it though. Here we are.
Sometimes it takes a minute, but we got there. Creeper and Kovir are gonna trade misses at the beginning there.
The score dancing back and forth. Things are fairly tied up right now.
Oh, Kovir finds a second drop as the Creeper gets up to 200 combo. That is going to put the US out in front for now. Crystal drops, and that's going to further put the US in the lead. Colin will trade a miss back, though. So Sekarade will go down as I say that. So we could be all evened up. It's only the Creeper and Dusk.
Yeah, with the Creeper's early miss, Dusk the only one with the full combo still.
Oh, Creeper goes down, though, and that is big now. China will take over. So China now with the lead, nearing the halfway mark. Dusk, the lone FC, the lone SS at that. He's got Crystal and Kovier now above 200 combo. Colin does go down. And Creeper goes down right before he's going to reach 200 combo. And now China are really going to do some damage.
Yeah, US struggling a bit.
Big miss for Crystal.
Traded by a double miss from the US, though, and then Creeper missing again.
Yeah, Dusk is holding strong with Kovier. And unfortunately, Sekre does not have any help. And is over 100k.
Yeah, Sekre trying his best here, but Colin and the Creeper struggling. Big advantage to China so far, about a third of the map left.
You know, China are not going to go down easy. They know they have a lot of work to do. Starting off losing the opening 3 points. Final quarter, though, China looking good. 100k advantage. Unless they just fall apart. They should have this break point.
Everybody above 200 now. Misses can be fully capitalized on.
Yeah, so now it is a dangerous situation. If we do see a double miss, I think it would take more than a double miss, though, to flip it. But China showing no signs of slowing down. Crystal and Sekre will trade.
Calling it a miss as well. Not going well for the United States. This may be first break point going to China.
Yep, this is what China needed. And Colin finding yet another miss into the final sections of the map. China are going to pull one back here and will have a chance to tie this match. So, 3-2.
Yeah, there we have it. China getting a very needed break point of their own. It's now going to be their pick, and assuming they win it, it'll be all tied up 3-3. China definitely happy they could get Dusk in there.
Yeah, hopefully, though, Dusk won't have any more connection issues because I don't know how many times the referee's gonna like having to yell at one team. But unfortunately for Dusk, he's just been having connection issues this whole weekend. But good to see him get in there, and he gets the job done for China. But now China gonna eye up the map pool. And you have to wonder, do they go Hard Rock 3? Do they go Double Time 3? Or do they stick with Hidden?
Good question. I could see Double Time 3 pick, just because China normally likes Double Time, but yeah, they're going to go in Hidden maybe. Kovier saying Hidden, but Hidden 3. So maybe they're a little worried about those Double Time picks after they've seen what Lexi can do.
Yeah, maybe not feeling as confident in Double Time anymore.
Yeah, and with Lexi mentioning earlier that he's been struggling on Hidden with his kind of new setup, kind of might be flipping from Double Time preference to Hidden preference for this match. Gonna capitalize on that.
So it'll be Sekre, Zach, and Lexi for the US. Kovier and Dusk are gonna wait on a teammate.
Looks like Dusk has been able to stay in the lobby this time, so we won't have to wait for him to reconnect. We're gonna have Crystal coming in as well.
China looking to tie this match up at 3.
Seeing a fun fact in chat that China apparently has a 3 full combo in practice on this map.
Yeah, Crystal posted on Twitter because they had a 3-way FC in practice and then lost on it to Indonesia. And it would, like, the scores were much worse.
Yeah, I remember them losing that in the match. I didn't see that Twitter tweet yet.
Yeah, it said how it went in practice versus how it went for real.
That is unfortunate, but it sometimes does happen. You see players getting their best score ever or their worst score ever during the match.
Here we go. So low AR hidden. This should be more in Zach's wheelhouse than the previous hidden map. But we know China are definitely capable on this. Crystal and Sekre trading early misses. Zach will find yet another miss here for the US. So it'll be the second drop.
Yeah, only 3 full combos left on the board. Dusk, Kovir, and Lexi.
Yeah, so that's going to favor China as the map progresses. So 1 miss advantage here for China. Everyone recovering back up to 200. But into the next KI, we should see some drops here. Sekre is going to find a miss. Crystal will trade it back.
Cornell's doing well so far. Getting to a little bit of a break section here. See about a 40,000 lead for China.
Very close. That's just about a miss. Oh, Sekre and Lexi. That is going to really hurt the US here at the halfway mark.
Yeah, we really need Zach to hold on here.
And they need to see a drop from Kovir or Dusk soon, because Crystal's about to be at 200. And now China's really doing some damage on the scoreline. Crystal does drop. Lexi and Zach, though, traded. Double miss from the US once again. And the US are just not in a position to capitalize.
Yeah, we see Dusk and Kovir both with the double S still. Meanwhile, Lexi and Sekre are dropping.
Yeah, Kovir and Dusk double miss right before the break, though. Ooh.
Still about a third of the map left. I don't think the US have a ton of combo right now.
No, but that double miss is going to at least stop China from running away with it any further. But the US are going to need to basically triple FC the rest of this map and hope China find more misses.
Yeah, pretty much at this point. Pretty massive score difference.
Because they only have about 160 combo advantage. Oh, Zach goes down in that. Lexi trading it. Yeah, that is going to do it.
And Sekre.
So China will respond with 3 points of their own to tie this match up at 3-all.
Yeah, US struggling a little bit on this one. This is the type of pick where I'd expect Lexi and especially Zach to be doing well. I do know, obviously we saw Lexi earlier saying he was struggling with hidden a bit, and Zach saying that he was really nervous and hasn't been playing as well.
And that is going to be 3-all.
Just like that, the game went from a 3-0 lead to everybody tied up. It is going to be the United States pick. They were first to pick this match, though, so we're all tied up.
Nomad 2 is immediately called from the US. They do exactly what they wanted to go in on. And now we're and now we're seeing why the US left hidden unpicked, because they knew they were weaker on it against China.
Absolutely, yeah. It all makes sense.
And China now figuring it out probably a little later than they would have liked to.
Yeah, luckily for them, it has converted into them getting some of those points back that they lost early. So we get into a banger of a song with Nomad 2.
And now it's just a best of 7 from here on out. And it looks like we will be getting Colin in for this Nomad 2 pick. The US.
Question is Colin going to be coming in for Sekre, or is he going to be coming in for Lexi?
That is a good question. And Kovier and Crystal still waiting on a third teammate. Colin now in. He's going to figure out who he's going to sub for.
Like Dusk disconnecting, gonna need to be brought back in again.
And now apparently Colin also having issues.
One needs to go give Bancho a snack and ask him if he's doing alright.
Yeah, for real.
Looks like we might have Dusk back now. Still no sign of Colin. We saw him briefly earlier, showing up on one of the China slots.
Wait a minute. Yeah, wait, where's Colin? Why are...
Seeing good lucks in chat. The United States may have decided to just go with Sekre instead of Colin.
And they may have just decided to go without him. You have to wonder if that's going to mess up their strategy here. Yeah, no, it looks like they will not be going with Colin, so it's going to be Sekre, Lexi, and DeCreeper. So the US now looking to stop this momentum from China and regain the lead. As we get them synced up and ready to go.
There we are.
Advantage China off the spinner. Dusk, though, is going to drop.
And we'll flip it right back to the US. China definitely known for their spinners, and that was a very dense spinner.
Kovier also going down now. The second miss for China. US now going to take a fairly decent lead here as the first quarter of the map comes to a close. Crystal's down. That's all three players from China with a miss already. To the trip FCs from the US.
Yeah, US definitely looking very confident on this one.
Kovier's down again. Dust the only combo over 200 for China. The US now really building up some score. First third of the map is already gone. Sekre and Lexi double miss. The Creeper holds. Crystal and Kovier, though, are going to trade those misses back. That's Dust versus the Creeper.
Ooh,
And the Creeper will be the one to crack there.
Well, Dust did trade.
Yeah, but so did Lexi. Lexi found several misses there.
Some of those quick wiggles are very brutal, especially with no mod.
Unfortunately, Crystal and Dusk also traded, and Sekre was there to negate Kovier. So just over halfway, coming up to the final third now.
US still with a big lead, but not the combo advantage anymore.
Yeah, China now is starting to build up their combos. They're looking to make a solid run here in the last half to try to steal this. The Creeper going down. These misses from the US are not helping. Crystal is going to trade it back, though. And the US with two combos over 200 from Sekre and Lexi.
Crystal found a couple misses there as well. That's going to help them keep in the lead. Lexi missing as well.
Yeah, Lexi will trade it back. So Lexi and Crystal currently trading misses. Kovier down as well. Crystal and Dust, that's a team miss from China, and the US are going to stop the momentum, and they will take the lead back 4-3. So we have a match on our hands.
This match definitely looking like it could go to tiebreaker at this point. Both teams putting in one hell of a fight.
That was the most convincing win for the US this match.
Yeah, that's the craziest thing. For a match where the United States went up 3-0, that map was the most convincing by far. Many of those points, very slim margins.
So now China will have to respond. And we can only imagine we could see the last hidden, could see the last double time, as we get a look at the pool. And maps I think China are going to want to stay away from, I think is mainly just going to be Hard Rock 3, No Mod 3.
Yeah, and possibly the double time, but it's still hard to tell.
Yeah, the only safe picks here, the safest pick here I feel is Hidden 2. I feel like China just have to pick that.
Yeah, I definitely expect them to be picking that. Could maybe see them picking Nomad 6.
Yep.
And it's going to be Hidden 2.
Yep. Not really a surprise here. They're going to go ahead and finish off the hidden pool. So far, the other two maps have worked for them.
This one, I believe the lowest AR of all the hidden maps this round can be AR 8 hidden, CS 4.5.
And I think we'll see Zach coming in to replace Colin. I think this is probably the most coin flip hidden map. This map is not fun for those that do not like low AR hidden.
Yeah, even those who are good at hidden, low AR is an entirely different beast. However, this is something that we would see Zach normally excelling on Lexi as well. I expect a bit of struggle from Sakurai most likely, but we'll have to see how it goes.
Yeah, I think this is probably the Zach map of the pool here. AR8, this is exactly how he likes it.
Hopefully those first two maps he played has helped him calm his nerves a little bit. He can get a good run on this one. China again struggling to get Dusk into the lobby.
And Dusk has been having issues. Hopefully they do not keep him from playing because China really does need him in the lobby. Uh-oh. Hopefully he's just restarting game. And yep, the referee Dusk makes it in last second!
Yeah,
right as the ref puts the hammer down. Last second.
Dusk trying his hardest.
Cutting it close there, bud.
He does get in time, so we're going to get to see him.
Man, that's about as close as you can cut it.
Sakurai too busy chatting it up in Discord to hit the ready button, but we do have him readied up now.
So we're going to get underway. Round 8, Hidden 2. The last hidden map of the match.
Apparently this background is Dave and Loctive.
Really?
That's the top tier intel coming from Sakurai. See some early misses coming out from Lexi and Zach.
Zach is really not having a good time at the start of this. And again, with AR8, if you don't start right or you just lose your rhythm for a split second, you can find a ton of misses real quick. But Lexi was able to get a good footing, but China has the advantage here. Crystal above 200.
Zach has recovered now, which is good. Because, yeah, like you said, it's very easy to just get out of sync and lose your spot.
Oh, triple miss from the United States. Dusk will find a miss, but Crystal and Kovir putting in the work. And already it's a massive 150k lead for China, a third of the way in. Kovir will find. Yep, Kovir's dropping now. And now the US actually is going to have a double miss here right as Lexi gets up to 200. And Lexi will complete the triple miss.
Yeah, United States just not having a good one on this map. Dusk will fall. However, Kovir got up to 200 combo just in time.
Yep, and now he's negating Lexi, who just got to 200 combo. And Crystal will find a drop actually right before he gets to 200, so Kovir stopping the US from coming back at all. Dusk and Crystal are finding uncharacteristic misses here as Sekre goes down.
Yeah, Kovir and Lexi really put in the work. Kovir gonna fall. Lexi's still holding, so that will help the US out. Zach above 200 as well.
I don't know if they have enough time. They're going to have to hold to the very end, which is going to be tough. And I still don't think they're going to have enough time here, unfortunately. China just built up such a huge lead early on.
Yeah. Very valiant effort from Lexi and Zach, but unfortunately, just not enough time.
And that is going to be the 4th point for China. We're tied at 4. So now it is a best of 5. Each team only having 2 picks left if we go the distance.
And I think we definitely could see us going the distance today. This match has just been neck and neck, back and forth, over and over, and we see an immediate Nomad 6 pick coming from the United States. Just not the map I expect him to be picking here, but...
Gonna go with a short Nomad convert here. Chaos Eater.
I think I specifically remember Sekre saying that this map made him feel scared to play it, and that the audio was fitting of that.
So it'll be Sekre, Colin, and Creeper, the same lineup that played this match earlier against Australia. I'm sure both of these teams would love to avoid a tiebreaker, but we'll see what the CWC scriptwriters have to say about it.
Yeah, I definitely could see that being put into the script. Who could say no to a tiebreaker on the great rematch of the United States versus China for the first time since 2018? An epic battle for the history books, for sure. We don't see a tiebreaker. That means we have to see a break point, and there's not a lot of picks left for that to happen. Each team definitely going to be very cautious about their picks. Want to make sure they don't give up a point.
Yeah, because at this point, each team only has 1 pick guaranteed to them should we get a break point. Looks like they're going to try to switch Dusk in, but
yeah,
the referees have made it clear they will not wait forever, so we'll hopefully get him in the lobby.
Yeah, we have Walter coming in and back up to try and help keep Dusk in the lobby and doing all the switching as quick as possible.
And J Drago already preparing the 4th player, but Dusk is able to fill in. Poor J Drago, every time he asks for the replacement, Dusk joins in.
That's the secret. Bancho sees a 4th player being asked for and goes, "Oh man, I should probably work now."
Dusk, get in there, go.
Go, go, go. I'm gonna get yelled at by Peppy if I don't get you in here.
Yeah. So here we go. Nomad 6 from the US. It's going to be Sekre, Colin, to Creeper against Kovir, Crystal, and Dusk. The China players have been playing quite a lot. We haven't seen a ton of substitutions. Just Sienna's coming in occasionally. And Creeper going to get a head start on us all.
Creeper couldn't wait for the rest of the class. He was too excited.
You always have that one kid that eats while everyone's saying the prayer. And here we go. We've got him synced up. Crystal is going to find a early miss at the 100 combo mark.
Was traded by the Creeper, though.
Yep. And the Creeper finding a second miss is going to put the lead in China's hands. First quarter of the map is over with. We're now past the 200 combo mark, so these misses now are going to be punished.
Over did find a miss there.
Yep, and now the Creeper recovering, so the US will flip it. Getting to the halfway mark. The Creeper now just getting to that 200 combo mark. And it's very close. Crystal goes down, Colin trading it. The Creeper, Sekre hitting those wiggles along with Kovir. Dusk, but Crystal going down yet again. Gonna give the US some more points. Final third. Kovir is down. Crystal is down. And the Creeper and Sekre hold.
Yeah, only Dusk, the Creeper, and Sekre holding on those really brutal side-to-side jumps.
Into the last quarter, Sekre, Colin double miss. The Creeper completes the full team miss. Here comes China. Dusk, Crystal, and Kovir coming in to steal it.
Oh, that is plenty enough to flip it.
Thank you very much. And that is heartbreaking for the US. Dusk and Kovir go down. Sekre trading it. The Creeper and Colin trying, but Crystal is stopping it from happening. And China taking a massive break point. And now the pressure's on the States.
See, China once again really thankful they could have Dusk in there. He had an 800 combo, almost double everyone else. Actually, I guess Sekre 630, but that was the second highest. Absolutely insane performance by Dusk. He was actually SSing until his miss right at the end.
And that is massive for China. Now the United States starting to stall out here in the second half of the match. China has a chance to put them up 6-4 at match point.
You can definitely see why China really wants Dusk in here for these picks. They're going to be hurting badly if they have to have someone else come in for them.
And now China going to probably be eyeing up potentially DT3 here maybe. Or do you think they want to try to save that for the last? I don't think they can save it at this point.
Yeah, at this point it would be a little risky to save it.
China, though, still have their timeout. We may see that called, but they're more than likely going to hold on to it as long as they can, just in case Dusk has too many connection issues.
Yeah, that could be part of the reason why they are waiting on their pick as well. As soon as they pick the map, the timer resets to the second one.
Hard Rock 3. So it's not going to be double time. It's going to be HR 3.
Bit of an interesting pick. Not what I was expecting. You see Colin in the lobby.
Colin and Crystal, the lone survivors.
Undoubtedly, China's going to be trying to get Dusk back in here to complete the Crystal and Dusk combo. Almost as infamous as the Karim and Arma combo from Italy's team.
And we're probably going to be seeing Sekre and the Creeper come back in for the Hard Rock lineup with Colin.
You see Kovir coming in, Crystal stepping out, hopefully not having connection issues.
Man, and this is a really sticky situation here for the U.S. They're in a situation where they absolutely need to get this break point. Because if they don't, then they'll have to win 3 in a row, including tiebreak, to win the match and stay in the tournament.
Yeah, definitely very dangerous for the U.S. If they let China get one more point, then yeah, their only hope is tiebreaker, which if I was them, I wouldn't want to have to try and take a tiebreaker on against China either. It's going to be quite a battle.
It looks like they're trying to get Dusk in. And Crystal is going to call the timeout. China will call their timeout.
Crystal putting it best. Dusk is having Dusk issues.
I mean, that's a perfect reason to use the timeout. It's a great use, and they definitely do need him. But the problem is oh man, if this match should go to TB and he's still having connection issues, that's going to be tricky.
Yeah.
Because,
that would be absolutely heartbreaking for China if they had to play TB without Dusk.
So China will get an extra 2 minutes on the clock, as we've seen the referee has already put the timeout timer on. When did they get penalized? Well, they have called a timeout, so this is not a penalty.
They will be penalized if they go over this timer.
Yeah.
Penalty for that will.
Yeah, that would be not good. I don't know what the penalty is for not having all your players in the lobby. Do they just start it?
I believe we would request them to put someone else in instead of Dusk, and they would be forced to pick someone else.
Yeah, so then they would just, okay.
It looks like even the United States is having issues as well. We only have Sekre in here, Crystal making it back. Definitely pointing to issues with Bancho itself.
Yeah. So, US has their roster in, and still no sign of Dusk, and Walter stating that they have 30 seconds.
Now that everybody else was able to make it back in, hopefully that means Dusk will be able to make it back in as well.
Dusk is still not here, so they may not let him play it. Yep, and it'll be Kitakami coming in to fill. So no Dusk for this one for China. Unfortunately, the rules are the rules. So, when the timer expires, and wait, Dusk is in.
Oh. Once again, just barely sneaking in right at the end.
Yeah, and man, I'm surprised that the US has not said anything about that. But looks like that's going to be allowed. Sekre calling to Creeper, Dusk, Crystal, and Kovir for China. On to Hard Rock 3. So China looking to put this to match point. The US desperately need a break point to stop this momentum and tie it back up. Also, why is there no Hard Rock logo on Dusk's screen? I'm assuming that's just a Bancho issue?
Yeah, that has to be a Bancho issue because the notes look the same.
It could just be a little panic button clickaroo, and yeah, okay,
there we are. Yeah.
I was going to say, that's strange.
Honestly, that would be worse because you'd be missing out on the score bonus.
So China has the lead right now. It looks like there's a miss from Colin. DeCreeper also going to drop. And triple FCs from China, 2 misses from the US. Halfway through, China looking really good on this one. And Creeper going down. China showing no signs of slowing down. Sakurai will now miss. And Dusk and Kovir. Kovir will drop. It's only Dusk. Colin is negating him with his combo. But the US need to start pulling something back here in the final third if they want to have a shot at overturning this.
Yeah, this was China's pick, but unfortunately the United States, after losing that last break point, really need this point. Dusk SSing, not going to let that happen.
Colin goes down. Creeper also down. Double miss USA, and that may seal it. Crystal's going to trade one of them back. But Sakurai going down will complete the team miss. Dusk will miss. So only Kovir, but China have done enough, it looks like. No combos on anyone at the end, and China will now go up 6-4 match point.
Yeah, that
and
is.
The US are facing elimination from the World Cup unless they can win the next 3 in a row.
Yeah, it's definitely not a great feeling for the United States now, as China guarantees that they will either win or bring it to tiebreaker. So, United States have a big battle ahead of them.
So it'll be Nomad 4, the final pick here from the US. So it sounds like they definitely knew what they wanted to pick.
They aren't going to be opting for that double time 3 pick. I think both teams feeling really uncertain who would win. United States thinking Nomad 4 is a bit safer.
I bet the US are banking on China to pick that, though.
It could be, yeah. Dusk able to stay in the lobby this time. That is great news for China. See if this lineup's going to change any. Right now we have Sakurai, Lexi, and DeCreeper. China keeping their roster unchanged.
It looks like no issues for Dusk this time. So here we go. The US cannot afford to lose any more maps, or it's over. China looking to advance to finals week to face the Philippines. Two minutes and 15 seconds, a very short map here.
Very short map that could come to a very short ending of the match if China can take this point.
Kovir early miss is going to put it into the US's advantage here, but it's just before 200, about 150 combo that miss.
Sakurai going to find a miss.
Yep, and that is going to put it into China's hands. That miss coming after the 200 combo mark.
Kovir wasn't quite at 200 yet, but I believe he was higher than when he missed.
So it's still very close, but China lead it. 2/3 of the map left to go. Kovir dropping once again. And at the break, the US know they are ahead. SS is coming out of DeCreeper, Crystal, and Dusk. Lexi still FCing just for the droplet miss. final third of the map. A very slow section, so the US are going to slowly build some score on that miss from Kovir.
Yeah, very tight map so far.
And the US fully able to capitalize on that miss from Kovir. That is going to pay dividends coming into the last quarter here.
The US has about a 1 miss buffer, maybe slightly higher. We could still very easily flip, especially if we see a double miss.
Yeah, Dusk is going to go down, though. That is big. Lexi will trade it.
Reaper and Sekra are still trying to hold on. Let Lexi have a chance to recover.
Lexi with another miss. But the US are going to hold it, looks like. We're going to get some lag at the end. We're going to have to wait for things to sort themselves out. But unless there were any misses at the end, the US should have this. So we'll have to wait on the referees to inform us of what happened.
It looks like the United States did take that pick. So it's going to be 5-6.
Yep, that is point for the US. So this one going the distance in terms of picks. Will it be Nomad 3 or DT3 from China? I feel like they're going to pick double time. We're going to get a refresh there as we had a client error. What's interesting also, no timeouts remaining. We're so used to teams having their timeouts at this stage in the match. It has been a back and forth match. But now the US are going to have to come back just like China did at the beginning.
Yeah,
they
this
want
map
a shot.
Very easily could go to tiebreaker, but United States going to have to win one last break point to get there.
Disgusting, yep. Well, no teams have their timeout, so if they do not make a selection in time, it will be randomized. But there's a 50-50 shot that you're going to get the map you wanted anyway.
Yeah, Nomad 3, double time 3. That's all they got left.
Honestly, I think this is it's a simple DT3 pick, yeah.
Yeah.
If you can't pick Nomad 3, that's 2 coin flip. And that will be the last pick. So either China will win this one here, or we will go to tiebreak once again between the US and China.
Reaper was really hoping for Nomad 3.
Well, I think this will actually... Oh man, I don't know what they're gonna... I don't know who the third DT player is here. It's either gonna be Colin or Kisei. It is gonna be Kisei! I was gonna say, I think this is the one Kisei map of the pool.
Yeah, Kisei coming in for the first time this match. Hoping to put in some big work here and get the US out of this sticky situation and into a tiebreaker.
And now we will have seen every player on the US play at least once.
Looks like Dusk is in the lobby still, so that is good for China.
All right, the question is, will we get another tiebreak?
Get the match start command, and it's all going to come down to this. AR 8.4, CS 4.3, 4-minute Nomad map, or double time map, sorry. So actually the AR is going to be...
We also see Cianis coming in for Kovir, so Cianis and Kisei coming in for this. They're going to be 2 players to watch for sure. As we get underway, will the US's World Cup journey end here, or will there be a tiebreaker in the cards? Very early miss there from Crystal.
It was a slight advantage to the US, but not going to be a huge deal.
Here we go, into the first Ki now. At that 200 combo mark.
Any misses here now will be a lot more painful.
So far, no one else other than Crystal with that miss. You could cut the tension here with a knife. First quarter is gone.
We're holding on for dear life. We have 5 SS's.
Yeah, this is a very high pressure situation, and I think all players are quite well aware of that. Cianis does go down. That is 2 misses for China. And nearing the halfway point, that's not where you want to have a miss.
Yeah, it's going to grow the lead a little bit further. Should give the US about like a 45,000 lead, I believe.
Yep. Crystal and Dusk, that's a double miss. That is huge. Still trip FCs from the United States. Cianis is not even at 200 combo. No one on China's at 200 combo, and the US are going to really bank points off of that.
Yeah, they might just do it now. There's only a third of the map left.
The Creeper is the first miss from the United States. But that's not going to be enough. Not with Sekre and Kisei doing the work. Cianis goes down before he can get to 200. Kisei will trade one of it. It's only Sekre into the final quarter of the map.
Sekre can hold here. It should be enough.
Crystal and Cianis going down once again. The Creeper and Kisei can get up to 200. This will be over. Dusk is the only 200 combo for China. Sekre is negating him. Kisei and the Creeper have the advantage over the other two, and there is not enough time for China. Ladies and gentlemen, of course the CWC scriptwriters have a tiebreaker in store.
How could they not? The United States can be taking their final breakpoint back here, bringing the score tied 6-6, and we will be seeing a tiebreaker.
Folks, I'm sorry, what's the name of that other standard tournament that's on right now? Because it doesn't matter.
This is the match to watch.
Tell your friends to get off of the other tournaments for this one tiebreaker. And of course, as legend would have it, US and China will play another tiebreak. Winner advances to finals week. The loser is out in top 8. Stakes
are absolutely huge for this one. Semifinals probably the worst spot for these two teams to have to meet up in the losers bracket. One way or another, one of these teams is going to be having a kind of uncharacteristically lower finish this CBC than in previous years.
So it's going to be Alpha Omega Gemzu versus Dust's Gravity. 5 minutes, AR 9.7, CS 4.2, 6.8 stars. What a match this has been. The US running up to a 3-0 lead. China closing the gap, taking the lead, putting it to 6-4, and the US bringing it full circle to tiebreak.
Lexi saying why. It looks like Lexi's going to be coming for the tiebreaker, and he is not excited to play it. Even the ref is feeling nervous.
I think I feel worse for the players that aren't playing the tiebreaker.
Yeah, that is 5 really long minutes to just be waiting with your breath held, watching the stream, praying that your team can pull out the win.
Cares about perennial. This is the Catch World Cup. You can care about perennial after this match.
Yeah, we just need you to stop caring about perennial for about 5 minutes. That's all we ask. 5 minutes of your time.
Just for these 5 minutes, all right? Hey, when you see it, viewer count. All right. Oh, and this is interesting. China is not in, and the timer is up. So they may not let Dusk play this.
Oh,
Wait a
that'd be
minute.
huge.
Wait.
Right in the background, we have Walter trying his best to wrangle Dusk in here.
Yep, and it.
Oh, Dusk yet again, right as the ref says, all right, this is enough. Dusk finally gets in there. Walter pulling all the strings, just barely able to get him in there at the end.
Oh, and now the Americans are not happy about this. So high stakes drama here at the end of this match. My lord. I have no idea what's happening.
It's unfortunate to see the issues, but at the end of the day, everyone just wants to be able to get in and play the game, and we were able to get them in time, it seems. So we're going to get this match started here. There we are. There's the start.
Here we go. Tiebreak. China, USA. One of these teams is going home in top 8. Sekre, Lexi, De Creeper for the United States. Dusk, Kovier, and Crystal for China.
I do see an early miss from Dusk. Right at the beginning. About 10-15 combo in. Everyone else doing just fine so far.
Yeah, but early misses. Something tells me early misses are not going to be the deciding factor here.
Oh, actually, that might have just been stream lag.
Oh, yeah. He's back to the SS, so it was just a client lag, no misses.
That makes a lot more sense. I didn't see the miss, I just saw the lower combo and the lower rack.
Yeah, so that was not an actual miss, that was just client lag. I was going to say, that would have been a very unusual miss.
Yeah, another like really easy kind of slow intro section. So we do see everyone up above 300 combo without any issues. Nice long and slow intro to warm everybody up, and then we're going to start getting into some quicker playing. This is AR 9.7 after all.
Yep. Here we go. Now the tiebreak is on. Honestly, I have no idea who's going to win this. Both these teams have gone back and forth the entire match.
Yeah, it's a 50-50 for me as well.
The Philippines awaits the winner.
Yeah, if I was the Philippines, I'd be very nervous no matter who wins here. Both teams playing really well, showing that they got strength left in them.
And still, even Stevens after 1/3. Only separated by a single droplet miss from De Creeper. Spinner.
We will take the spinner.
Advantage. Ooh, USA.
Barely a single banana.
Crystal goes down. Wait a minute. First miss of the match.
That is going to give an advantage over the United States. Crystal going to be trying to get back up to that 200 combo to stop the bleeding.
Yeah. So China now down by 1 miss. Still plenty of time. Half the tiebreaker is left. Dust doesn't go to 2. So that's a double miss for China.
Yeah, Crystal wasn't quite at 200 yet. He is going to be getting there now, but that miss from Dusk will keep the bleed going.
Yeah, it's going to let the U.S. slowly grow that lead into the final third. And Crystal going down yet again. Kovier doing everything he can. Lexi will find the first miss for the U.S. So one of those misses is traded back. But it's only Sekre, DeCreeper, and Kovier.
Yeah, the U.S. in a pretty good spot here, but they have to hold on.
Kovier's down. That's a triple miss from China.
This is a great spot for the United States if they can hold on. Lexi's trying to build some combo back up.
Yeah,
Sekre and
DeCreeper. Lexi's traded one of those misses back. But now it's starting to look bad for China as Kovier goes down yet again. They can't get anyone above 200 combo. Crystal now is there with Dust. Lexi is there though as well.
Getting into some really fast wiggles. Everyone's trying to hold on though. Lexi is going to find another miss.
And Lexi really struggling here. There's China now with 3 200 combos. They're going to start to run things back a little bit, but they're going to need a lot more as DeCreeper find a miss. Wait, China's not out. Sekre's down. That's a triple miss from the United States. China, wait.
Hold on. They can do it if they hold on.
They got to hold on. They still need more from the U.S. They might need way more, but it's definitely doable now.
Yeah, we're at about a 41,000 advantage.
Yeah, hey, that's going to narrow a little bit too as the U.S. recover their combos.
They are almost at 200 though, so it should stop it still in their favor, but any more misses from the U.S. is going to be very dangerous.
Crystal and Dust double miss. Right as China caught up. Still very close, but now the U.S. running away with it towards the end here.
Kind of running out of time.
China, has that done him in? Kovier is down. Sekre and DeCreeper Lexi are going to hang on. And the United States are going to win a roller coaster of a match against China in tiebreak. 7-6 the final score. 2.9 million to 2.8. What a game.
Absolutely insane performance from everyone. We can see all but Crystal below 10 misses on that 5-minute song with a lot of really quick wiggles and jumps there. And in general, just a really good performance from both of these teams. They really fought back and forth. I think there was 2 break points from each team, if I remember correctly.
It had it all. Break points, comebacks from both teams, and a very seesaw back and forth tiebreaker that got close at the end, but unfortunately that last double miss from Dusk and Crystal did them in. And the United States will be advancing to finals week. They keep their streak alive of finals week appearances, and unfortunately for China, they're out in top 8. Very strong team. Unfortunate that they ran into the U.S. at this point.
Yeah, like we said, this whole weekend has been a lot of matches where we just unfortunately have to say goodbye to a lot of the top teams, the way the brackets kind of fell out this year. We will be seeing the United States going on to face the Philippines next weekend to try and continue their surge towards the grand finals.
And that is going to do it for this match. The United States get the win 7-6 in tiebreak. Coming up next will be our final match of the weekend. It's going to be the Russian Federation against Canada for that final spot in finals week against France. So I think we'll be taking a short break, and then we'll be coming right back to you in 15 minutes time with Russia and Canada.
There we are, we have it on screen there, so stay tuned. If you haven't already, make sure to follow the channel. Check out the banners. You got a good 15 minutes to check those out. Support your favorite team, and we'll see you guys next time.
Radio contact has been attempted but cannot be established. Instructions are to prepare for an attack by an unknown enemy.
beasts as far as the eye can see. A plague on the surface, a disgusting swarm in the skies. With a crash of thunder, a new demon appears. Unfurling its rotten wings, it lets out a petrifying scream.
Final match of the weekend, everybody. CWC 2021. We're here with the semifinals. The final match we're going to cover. And it's, again, in the losers bracket, Russia versus Canada. I'm here with Dolan. He's still here. Say hi to everybody. Dolan.
Hello,
How
hello,
are you
hello.
doing? Feeling good about that match you just saw? I assume you do, right?
Feeling very hyped about that match. Always good to see my boys get the dub, but always good to see a tiebreaker in general anyway. But one more match to go. Russia against Canada for the last spot in finals week.
Correct indeed. And this one is going to be very high level as well, I do assume. Looking at the way that Canada, Russia, France, etc. have played in the winners bracket, they've all been really close to one another. And I feel that this could go either way once again. Looking at Canada's performance yesterday, looking at how Russia was able to improve their performance as well from quarterfinals to semifinals, as at least I do believe they did. I'm not entirely sure he's going to take it this time around.
I think if you had to give the edge to one team, I would say Russia probably has the slight edge, but Canada also performed very well against Chile, getting that win in tiebreak. I think it's going to be close, but if I had to give a team the edge, I would say Russia is slightly favored here, just based on how they handled Italy.
I would agree. I would also say Russia, but the thing is, I was wrong on 2 of these predictions already so far this weekend. I was wrong with pretty sure Russia winning as well. Oh no, I was wrong with like Chile winning over Chile losing over Canada, I should say. My bad. I was wrong there. I expected Chile to take that over Canada. Well, Canada ended up advancing, and they are here now today, playing against Russia. And I also expected China to win over USA just now. And you guys also just saw how that went. I was really close, but USA just a tad bit strong in the end indeed. So I'm bad with predictions this weekend. They're all just bad. I did expect... I mean, the only thing I predicted correctly was the fact that Canada and Chile would go to tiebreaker, but I expected Chile to win that tiebreaker. So does that really matter? Not really, right? So I would say Russia, but you never know what's going to happen. Canada might just take it because of that.
Well, Russia is going to be winning the roll here, so Canada will ban first.
Yeah, big roll there by Nelly, and a very small roll there by Zakarian.
We're going to see a Hard Rock 2 ban from Canada.
Fairly expected. These two teams have very similar skill sets. That's the one thing I'm very interested to see. The only thing that I would agree with, that's what Russia doing right now. They are banning Hidden 2. The only thing I would definitely conclude is that Canada should, on paper, be better than Russia on Hidden, even though they're not really a Hidden-focused team either. And on Hard Rock Double Time Nomad, the players are just incredibly similar in terms of skill level. And just like composition of the team is like almost the same as well. They have the same types of players. It's
yeah, that's why it's really hard to call this match. That's because I think on paper, in terms of the players, I think Russia has the slight edge. But when you look at the map pool, Canada has a lot of options to work with. I think they can compete with, like you said, they can compete with Russia on basically every mod. And I think they, as you mentioned, they do have that advantage on Hidden.
Yeah, just that slight edge on Hidden, but anything else is a coin toss. And it's going to come down to tournament experience, just how these people are feeling today. The only advantage that Russia might have in that light is the fact that it's, I'm pretty sure it's 8 p.m. over there, or maybe 7 for some parts. Pretty sure it's 8 p.m. That's a pretty nice time to play at, whereas Canada, it's still a bit earlier. Some players might be playing in the morning as well, meaning that they'll only be barely awake. So that might hinder the performance just a little bit. But it doesn't seem to be that big of an issue most of the time. So I'm hoping it's not again today.
I don't know what Russia's best CWC finish is.
This is their best finish so far.
But and funny thing is, it's also Canada's best finish. Both these teams in top 8, they've never been in top 8 before. And one of them is going to go to finals week.
Yeah, one of them isn't even finished after this match. So yeah, one of them is going to reach that top 6 pedestal. Very prestigious. You could say that you played in the finals technically. So they both want to get that.
Week.
I mean, obviously they both want to get that, right? So there's no questioning there, but it's just a lot about the preparation and all.
So it's going to be Hard Rock won from Russia. Nelly, Insomnia, Memoriola for Russia. Zakari and Henrik and Fui for Canada. And we're going to get underway here in our last semifinal match of the weekend.
Yeah, here we go. Honestly, didn't expect Russia to go for a Hard Rock pick. I expected them to go for double time. I do feel that Russia might be like 55... Like, if you would have to put down odds, I would say Russia has like a 55% chance at double time, but a 45% chance at Hard Rock. So, still super equal, and the odds are still very equal for both teams to take either of these mods, but I feel like Russia is a little weaker on Hard Rock. The first miss is also there for Insomnia, and Memorial is going to follow it up, so Canada with a bit of an early lead.
Yeah, that early double miss is going to put Canada well in front here as everyone hits the 200 combo mark now. Only Nelly keeping up the FC for Russia.
Yeah, good job so far by the entire of Canada. Zakarian's gonna miss. He already had a bit of a low accuracy, so I'm not entirely sure if his movement is wonky or not, but it seems fairly stable for the most part. But Canada will still be leading with about a score difference of 40,000 points. A little less than that, I do believe.
Yeah, but I think one miss might flip it, and Fui is going to find that miss for Canada. Russia now will have a chance to flip it, but Memoriola is going to trade it. That was a pretty big drop too, missed several notes.
And indeed, that's going to level out for the most part. It doesn't seem... Oh, never mind me. Zakarian with really big misses there. Technically failing, and that's going to give it back to Russia for the time being, at least.
And that was a big drop from Zakarian there. We'll trade the big drop from Memoriola, so Russia enjoying a slight advantage for now. It's still very close, though.
Zakarian with another miss is probably... Oh, never mind me. It's going to be traded there with Memoriola, so it doesn't matter too much. But Canada still behind Russia for the time being. Score differences of about 35,000 points. So that means one miss could turn it around there for Canada, I do believe. As long as it's by either Nelly or Insomnia. Memoriola has not quite a tuna combo yet. Zakarian isn't either. The combo advantage is very slightly in the hands of Canada. But it's very minor, as you can see. Little bit of the map left, and Russia just has to hold on.
If we see any misses here, they're going to be absolutely brutal, but Russia with the lead right now. Canada's closing. They're trying to... Oh, they just need one miss from Russia. Insomnia's going to provide it. Wait. At the very end.
Ooh, very big misses indeed, and that's going to switch it back to Canada for the time being. They're going to need at least 2 misses on that end, and that's not going to happen. It's too late. That's the final spin. So Russia is sadly going to lose on their first pick. Canada,
wow.
Nice breakpoint there.
That's exactly the way Canada wanted to start this match off, getting a steal at the end. And you mentioned it was very risky to pick Hard Rock against Canada. But
sadly, it didn't pay off. Yeah,
it just didn't pay off. It was very close, though.
You have to shout out Nelly and Henrik, both FCing the map there. Nelly with a bit of higher score. He's really good at spinning too, so well performed by both of those players. That was incredibly close either way. Only a score difference of 12,000 points. And these score differences between the teams in this semifinals, they are very minute most of the time.
Yeah, we have been seeing a lot of close finishes between teams this week on the semifinals pool. And Canada going to fire with Hidden 3 immediately. So, as you alluded to earlier, Conrad, Hidden being the poison of choice here for Canada.
Exactly. They're not keen on playing this either. They don't like doing this at all, but Russia even less so. So it makes sense to pick whatever your opponent is just worse at. And it's very likely for them to take this point. I do wonder what their setup is going to be, whether Zakarian is going to be playing, and whether Henrik is going to stay in the lobby, because last time he played hidden maps, it just didn't really work out too well. And if they swap with Yoshi Green in that match with Chile, they could have taken the first hidden point as well, I do believe, because Henrik just had a very, very poor score on that one. But Henrik seems to stay in the lobby for the time being anyway.
So it looks like they're trying to get Unlucky moved into the server for Canada. So once they get him in, we're going to be ready to go, most likely.
Yeah, correct. And Lucky W over there. Are they not going to swap out Yoshi Green? I mean, Henrik for Yoshi Green, though. That would be weird.
Henrik's a pretty good HD player, though.
Yeah, but he very much underperformed in this map last round. I'm not entirely sure if that's going to be completely different now, but if he's got to repeat that performance, there is a good chance that Russia might take it after all. Despite the fact that they have pretty much 0 hidden specialists on their end.
And it is going to be Nelly, Kitsunaivi, and Memoriola against Zakarian, Henrik, and Unlucky W.
Alrighty then. Wonder how that's going to go. I hope Henrik's going to have more than 572,000 points this time for Canada. And I wonder how well Russia's going to perform as well. They are not happy playing Air 8 hidden at all. I mean, this is Air 8.3, but the difference is very small once again. Unlucky W with the first miss there for Canada. It's going to be Russia with a very early lead, but that's going to swap. Yeah, right now.
Yep, double miss from Russia there. Memoriola will complete the team miss. So Zakarian and Henrik will carry on with the full combos. And Canada now with the advantage.
Yeah, this is a fairly stable plant. They can accumulate a nice fair share of combo right here, as you can see. Henrik already having a higher combo than his max combo on the previous attempt he had on this map, so it's looking a lot better this time. He's going to miss now, but still, I believe Canada's going to hold on to that lead for a little bit.
Yeah, that shouldn't swing things just yet. Memoriola getting to that 200 combo mark now, though, as Unlucky W and Henrik do miss, but one will be traded back by Nelly. It is still going to favor Russia here, though, but Kitsunaivi's drop is going to put Canada right back in the driver's seat.
Exactly. Combo-wise, both teams are equal, but Zakarian with a miss right before that break. That is the only high combo that Canada had left. Kitsunaivi also missed, but didn't really matter as much because his combo was already fairly low. Memorioli, on the other hand, still has their combo at 300 plus. That's going to provide a little bit of leeway here for Russia. I do believe they might be able to take it, actually, for the time being.
Yeah, they might be able to flip it over here at the halfway mark.
Will they be able to do it? It's really close.
It's going to be really close because Henrik is now up to 200, essentially. So, Memorial is going to miss. Henrik trading it with Zakarian. And now Nelly is there with 200 combos. The Russia will take it with Kitsunaivi there. And Nelly, Unlucky W is the only player for Canada holding combo.
Yeah, Kitsunaivi back at 200 as well. Memoriola is struggling a little bit compared to what he performed like at the start of the map. Canada is holding on to combo, but a triple miss for Russia. It's definitely going to give Canada the boost they need right now. You can see that scoreboard increasing and growing as like crazy right now for Canada. That's all they needed.
That is brutal. And already Henrik with a higher score than his last attempt.
Yeah, I was completely wrong there with my insights on Henrik. So he can play these kind of maps after all, does seem like.
He's going to trade him there with Memoriola.
Ooh, big misses there for the entire bottom row. Nelly's going to miss to Zakarian, the only one with combo.
Yeah, but Canada is there with combo when needed. Zakarian will give it up, though. So now no combo, but Canada with such a score lead. Russia's going to have to build up something massive, and they're running out of time.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's happening with Nelly and Memoriola missing again. You see constant misses here for quite a handful of people. Only Kitsunaivi with 150 combo. And that's not going to be enough. That's not going to provide 160,000 points right at the end with so few notes left. So, again, a pick won by Canada here. That's going to be 2-0 for them. That's very nice to start off with.
Yeah, an excellent start here for Canada. Taking a page out of their fellow NA team US's book, they said they're going to go up 3-0. We'll try to go up 3-0 too. It's a pretty good strategy if you can pull it off.
Correct indeed.
But Russia will immediately respond with double time too. They're not having any more of this nonsense. They're going straight to DT.
Yeah, alright. So that's what I would expect them to do indeed. Double time makes a lot more sense in this scenario for Russia. Well, not a lot more sense, really. Hard Rock is still very 50-50 for these two teams, but double time seems to be a little bit favorable for Russia, just because they have Memoriola, Insomnia, Nelly. Those guys are just really solid on double time, but also in tournament play on double time, and that's something that's, you know, really important when you're playing a tournament, so it makes a lot of sense. Otherwise,
really?
Yeah, really.
Tell me more about it.
I read up on it yesterday. have some more facts incoming too, so you might want to prepare for the coming rounds. Yeah.
Mind blowing.
Can't wait to enlighten you all with this knowledge. Some teams might want to need that for the coming rounds too, but this time round Russia seems to be picking very fairly. Canada still has a good shot at it again though. Zakarian, Henrik, Unlucky W is going to be their combination here of players. This is a bit of a weird double time map though. It's mapped by Dave, so it's a little old school in its styling, and at the same time it's not really incredibly high AR at 9.9. So very involved players in the rankings right now. At least people are very high rank. I'm not really used to playing this kind of stuff. Memoriola and Zakarian trading here.
Some early trades here. And it will actually end up favoring, it looks like Canada, but Unlucky W is going to find a miss as well. So Russia taking the lead now.
Yeah, alright. And Memorial is going to be climbing back up to 200 together with Zakarian. No, never mind me. Ooh, double miss there for Canada for Henrik and Zakarian, and that's going to increase the lead for Russia. This is not a very lengthy map. Nelly also missed, but the triple miss there for Canada is still going to provide more than enough for Russia to run with it.
It's the only one holding any sort of combo now. And Russia really running away. Insomnia really doing some damage.
Yes, Insomnia feels like he could be the best double time player. And he's showing his muscles right now, as you can see. Canada is behind by about 100,000 points. They could still come back, but they're going to have to hold on to combo for a very good chunk of the map now.
They're going to have to start a comeback soon, and they're going to need to capitalize off of every miss that Russia gives them. It's still not completely out of touch for Canada. If they can catch a few misses here, they had the combo advantage there. But Moriola is going to go down, but Zakarian and Unlucky W will also trade it, so that's going to favor Russia.
Exactly, Nelly and Insomnia with 200 plus combo. Henrik the only one on the end of Canada, and Zakarian seems to be dropping quite consistently at the moment, not really being able to hold on to any sort of combo. Memoriola and Insomnia are going to trade it, however, so it seems that the combo advantage might be in the hands of Canada, but more misses are going to give it back to Russia once again.
Only Henrik and Nelly.
And Nelly with a solid performance.
Yeah, Nelly really coming alive here now. Finally giving it. Oh, Nelly!
Oh, and he died for a second there.
Melted so much score, but fortunately for him, Russia had such a large lead that it shouldn't hurt him too bad, but now they have no combo, and Unlucky W is up to 200, and Henrik is going to be the next one to reach 200.
Not sure if there's enough map, though. This is not really dense compared to some of the other parts of the map. There's going to be a few streams, as you can see, but...
Oh, wait, Memorial. Wait. What happened to Memorial?
There is a bit of a crash. I'm not sure if it's clients or whether it's on his end. I hope it's not on his end. That would be very unfortunate. Yeah, let's have a look real quick. It's not on their end, so they were able to win that point by 155,000 in the end. A few misses there by a few players at the end, and that's going to be your first point for Russia, it seems.
Okay, so there was no DC. It could have just been Memorial left the lobby a little early.
Yeah, likely.
So Russia will be able to come back. They put a point on the board. 2-1. Now Canada with a chance. They're going to try to maintain that 2-point advantage. Wouldn't be surprised to see Hidden or Hard Rock maybe. Hidden coming out, yeah. I think they figured out that Russia are weak on Hidden, so they're going to go ahead and take that second Hidden point, hopefully.
Yeah, the story for me also changed when I saw Henrik's performance on the previous Hidden map. Now is a very confident Canada pick. Anything that's Hidden related should be very good for them. And this is the final one in the map pool, so very obviously they are going to go for that one before they're going to dabble into... I'm not entirely sure. Maybe like No More, maybe Hard Rock, but it's rough. It's probably going to come down to the map that they practice most after this. So this is very short, this map, so at 1 minute 53, one of the shorts in this map pool, and it'll be over in a flash. So.
And this time we are going to be seeing Yoshi Green, though.
Exactly, he's going to trade Zakarian for that slot 4 in the lobby. And we seem to be getting started in a few seconds, Yoshi. DLF funds are being dropped in the lobby, so... We too wish you guys good luck and fun. Lots of fun. Hopefully you'll play to the best of your extent.
Also, we'd like to thank the Perennial for rating with 418 people. You've missed quite some eventful matches here in the World Cup, but this is our last one of the weekend, Russia and Canada. We are glad you could join us.
Suddenly, Dolan is talking very positively about Perennial, but indeed, thank you very much for rating us there. And have some fun with us on a little bit of a catch exposition here with Russia and Canada playing here.
You gotta thank someone when they raid you, man. That's just
that's the only way. That's the only way.
Listen, I was only at war with him because earlier we had a tiebreak, alright?
Yeah, that's true. And in the meantime, this is a match that could also very well go to tiebreaker, so you want to stay tuned. We have a few misses here at the start of the map by both Memoriola and Henrik. Yoshi Green's going to find a miss here for Canada as well, together with Nelly, so that's going to trade. And it's looking very close so far.
Yeah, actually, if Russia could take this, that would be pretty massive because Canada are usually the favorite team on Hidden here. But they've been finding a lot of misses, and now Russia found themselves ahead as Yoshi Green and Unlucky W go down again. Memoriola is standing tall for Russia.
Yeah, nobody's really finding any sort of composure here except for Memoriola, but he missed as well. So combos are all under 50 at the moment. You can see the Ivy just hit 50, but you want to get to that 200 mark as soon as you possibly can. Canada was able to take up the lead for a little bit of time here, and I might be able to hold on to it now, especially with Nelly, Ivy, and Memoriola missing. Canada's going to be able to run away with it.
Yeah, now Canada's got their footing. They've all got combos over 100, and they're cruising to the 200 combo mark. Russia now, no combos. Canada scoring ahead. Final third of the map. And now Russia in a really bad way here.
Oh yeah, that just went south immediately after those 3 misses from Nelly, Ivy, Memoriola, and they keep on missing very consistently, as you can see. Henrik at a 370 combo is really flexing his muscles at the moment, and Yoshi Green and Unlucky W are also doing better than any of the members in the lobby of Russia, so it seems it's a very solid choice by Canada once again, and it seems like a very solid win as well at the same time, with a score difference of more than 280,000 at the moment.
Yep, and Russia will be happy to know that that is the last hidden mod, hidden pick in the pool. So no more hidden for Russia, but Canada will take a 3-1 lead for now.
And now they kind of ran out of their comfort picks. They're going to have to play into Russia a little bit here because everything else in the map pool is really a coin toss. So this type of early advantage from Canada because of that hidden pool was to be expected. They would certainly take those first 2 points, but anything beyond that, including that one break point we already saw from them on Hard Rock, on the very first pick from Russia, actually, anything is very 50-50.
Russia going to go with Hard Rock 3 here.
Again, not really what I expected them to try here. I would have definitely preferred them pick double time so far. That seemed to be a better choice, but hopefully, because of the fact that this is a convert, things might change for them, and maybe they'll be in a better spot. Very likely, actually, considering that they have Memoriola and Nelly here. Insomnia is also really good on convert, but Memoriola was known to be one of the best convert players for a good while as well. Like straight up one of the best ones in the entire world. Canada, more of the fast type players who are just really good on a specific maps in Osakach, so not too used to playing converts too often. And this is definitely a very converty map in a sense. It's CS5 as well, so the CS is very high on this one, and it doesn't play like a specific at all. So it might make sense indeed from the end of Russia. If any hard rock, this one would be the most preferable, I do believe. Yeah.
And we are going to be seeing Fui stepping in for Canada. So it's going to be Nelly, Insomnia, and Memoriola for Russia against Zakari and Henrik and Fui for Canada. Canada definitely have the players to capitalize on a break point on this. So I imagine Russia is very confident in this. As you said, mentioned they have great convert players on their side. Start command is in, though.
Yeah, I see somebody in chat also saying that Canada has very strong converts. What do you mean? Well, we'll see. Maybe I'll be proven entirely wrong. But for now, I do believe that Russia should have the edge in the map, and they also picked it. So we'll have to just wait and see. But Canada can pull off very nice performances. We've seen them do it in the entire tournament. I mean, they're both top 8 teams, so nothing to scoff at all.
For the first time, by the way.
Yeah.
Both of them.
So, You're witnessing history right now, everybody.
Yeah.
It's incredibly insane to see these teams both in top 8.
Hendrik is going to find that early drop.
Yeah, so Russia's going to take a bit of an early lead. Again, this map is not really lengthy, only at 1 minute 55, so drops are all really important. Zakarian is going to follow that up to twice, actually missing there. And Russia still has a triple FC going for them, so that's very nice.
Yeah, Fui the only combo left on Canada. Double misscope from Russia, but Zakarian finding an additional miss is going to trade it. And now it is the 1v1, Insomnia versus Fui. But the
And Nelly actually missed twice.
Yeah. So, Canada actually is pulling it back, but Hendrik's miss is going to put a damper on things, but it's traded by Insomnia.
So again, Russia has a bit of a score advantage, but the triple miss for Russia is going to give it back to Canada immediately. As you can see, the bar is going over to their side. Henrik and Fui are having combos, whereas nobody else has them. Fui is still rocking a double S, by the way. Just saying. More misses here for Henrik and Insomnia too. Nelly as well. Zakarian is trying to climb back at 200 and Memoriola too. But Fui so far is carrying a lot of the weight of his team on his shoulders right now. And it's showing in the scorebar too.
This would be massive for Canada if they could go 4-1. Fui putting on a clinic right now. Unless Canada fall apart completely in the last half of the map, I think they've done enough. As Nelly drops again, really going to put Russia back. Memoriola's down. Hendrik trading it back. That's not going to be enough here for Russia as Insomnia completes the team miss. Fui will finally give up the FC.
But every single miss on Canada gets traded at least once on the end of Russia too, and that's been the case for the entire map after the initial lead that Russia had on it. So I was indeed proven wrong by Winter 3-2-4-4 here, and Canada is going to take that break point. It's going to end up being 4-1 in favor of them, and they are next to pick 2, so they're in a really good spot actually, considering that the rest of the map pool is all fairly 50-50.
Yeah, Fui coming in with the MVP here. Canada now up 4-1 with the pick. So now Canada are going to eye up the map pool. They have no more hidden to exploit. Will it be no mod or double time? No hidden, no hard rock left.
Yeah, we've seen very little double time so far, like unexpectedly little. I do think they're gonna get into double time before they get into no mod. Just a gut feeling, honestly, because they can play both very good, both of these teams. Maybe Canada would be a tad bit stronger on some of these no mod 2, like no mod 2. Oh, well, there you go. That's no mod 2 for you guys. And that's just a sheer factor of speed, right? As I already mentioned, Canada has these really speedy players. Russia, they are really speedy too on the end of Russia, but just not quite as speedy. Like, the percentage difference is maybe like 5%, but that's major on maps like these.
Yeah, I'm surprised that we haven't seen Canada go for DC1, because it's super speedy based, super short, but No Mod 2 is also a great pick here. It's fairly dense. The Reaper map, 6.3 stars, AR 9.6 with a CS of 4.3.
And so far, this map has proven to be really tough for a lot of teams. For example, China in that previous match, I think every single player had like 16 misses all over. Like 16, 16, and 18. That's not really characteristic for China at all, not in semifinals at least. So, goes to show that this no mod, compared to some of the other no mods in this map pool too, it might be more like a final level type of specific, or maybe even grand final, if you would have like a different map pool for that, which I'm pretty sure CWC doesn't have. It's just really speedy. It's called Ultimate in terms of difficulty for a reason. It's mapped by Reaper, specifically for the tournament as well. So people don't really know this map before they even got into the tournament. So no prior practice. It's all been done this week. And it seems that we are getting started with this one now as well.
Round number 6. Russia trailing by 3. Desperately need to answer. Insomnia will go down first for Russia. Advantage Canada.
It's very likely that Canada's going to have few misses on this map too, considering Fui and Henrik are here, and Lucky W also being really good in these kind of things. Probably performing better than both USA and China on this one. Mariola's going to follow that up for Russia, so more misses on there, and it's going to provide Canada even more of a score boost here, as you can see.
Yeah, Canada still rocking 3 SSs.
And Mariola might have actually missed twice there, I'm not entirely sure. I think he did. Yeah, those triple S
is over, and Canada running away with it.
Nelly also missing, so nobody in Russia left with a full combo. There's going to be a trade for Nelly here with Henrik, but it's not really going to matter as long as Unlucky W and Fui are leading here with a 99.87% accuracy FC. Henrik's going to miss again. It's going to get traded with Mariola, and Insomnia is going to put oil on the fire, so Canada is going to lead by about 100k.
Yeah, Nelly's the only combo over 200 for Russia right now. He's having to go up against Unlucky and Fui. Canada really doing some damage on the scoreline now.
In hindsight, I should have actually expected Canada to go for a no more 2 pick. Definitely looking a lot more solid here. I mean, look at Unlucky W go, for example. Incredible score here. Still FCing the map. We haven't really seen that so far, I'm pretty sure. I wonder if he can hold on. Fui as well, the full combo still. It's only Henrik that missed so far for Canada, so it's impeccable performance. And they don't seem to struggle at all either. Russia's trying to pick up the game too. They are all over 2 in the combo, but as long as Canada doesn't drop, there's just no window of opportunity, and the map is getting close to its end.
Canada has only given them 1 miss. There's literally nothing Russia can do unless... This from Canada at this point. Unlucky W goes down, but that's not going to be enough. Fui the lone FC.
Yeah, I think even 3 misses will be too little for Russia to make a comeback here. I think Canada would have to drop like multiple times and then all 3 players. And as you can see, no time for that to happen anymore. The map's over. So again, a nice win by Canada. 120,000 points over Russia on this one. And the scoreline 5-1, I did not expect so far.
Yep. Fui coming in hot these past 2 maps, really doing a good job putting Canada up 5-1.
Yeah, big shout out to him for seeing that.
Fantastic job. 990k
Honestly,
from here.
only 1 missed difference though. Only literally 1 missed difference between those 2 teams, but it's 120,000 points. Nelly only had a single miss when you compare it to Fui, and then both teams had a 4 miss and a 7 miss player too. So if this were Taiko, this would have gone on a very different route, I do believe. But we are playing catch here, which is maybe a bit more fun, even. Who knows? Nah. No shade to be thrown at Taiko. All World Cups are a lot of fun, but the competition here, absolutely amazing.
It's nuts, and Russia will go for DT1, so it's time for more speed. It's going to be showdown. The Rukma map.
This is the shortest one in the map pool. This one is 2 minutes without double time. So when you add double time to it, it becomes 1 minute 20. Again, they're all picking really short maps in this map pool too. There's a few that are over 3 minutes, and so far they have not really looked at them. I mean, given the fact that they are all in no more, or at least those converts are all very long in the no more brackets, they don't really feel like playing, you know, those styled maps is not really about the length, I'm pretty sure, but it's just peculiar to see them pick all of those really short maps in the first instance.
Yeah, and this one is the shortest one in the pool. So,
Thanks
just waiting for
telling us
Canada. Yeah. Waiting for Canada to find the 3rd player. But this map gets pretty serious pretty quick. And it'll be Unlucky W for Canada.
Pick makes sense for Russia though. I do believe that people like Insomnia and Memoriola should be really nice in these bursty picks, and I've been saying this a lot of times in the tournaments, throughout the tournament as well, but Nelly has become a great tournament player so far, so playing into the strengths of Insomnia and Mariola, and then having Nelly, well, technically Phil, even though he is on the same level as those guys by now, makes a lot of sense, especially when you're playing Canada. So this might have been a better pick even early on into the game, but here we are. They're gonna do it now, down 5-1, so they'll need a lot of points anyway. So go ahead, try it, Russia. Give it a good shot.
Here we go. Russia need to get something going here. They're down bad against Canada 5-1. And this one is very fast. It's very short. And the misses are going to be punished heavily. We see Insomnia attacking on Hidden.
Yeah, very typical for Insomnia to go with Hidden. He's always done that in CWC. You don't get any sort of Hidden multiplier. So it's all really just meant for reading preference. And this is gonna get serious in a few seconds.
And here we go.
Building up to that drop.
Was
Zakarian with misses.
Yep.
Right at 200 mark too. That's the most unfortunate part to miss. And Insomnia is gonna follow that up though, so that's gonna level out for the most part.
Moriola trades as well, so now Canada will be up in front. Zakarian with his second miss, still 2 FCs to 1. Henrik unlucky W against Nelly.
Oh, double miss there
double
for
miss
unlucky, and
Canada.
Henrik and Russia is going to be able to take this now with Insomnia. Nelly still holding on to combo. Nelly had a double S as well. Oh, he's doing so well here. Look at that steady movement. He's going to miss now, but I think he provided quite a lot of fuel there for the team. Oh, big misses there for Russia though, but Canada doesn't have too many combos. Only 2.
They got 2 combos. Do they have enough time though? That's the question.
Yeah, exactly.
Zakarian goes down. And Nelly's actually going to be able to make a difference here because Canada's not going to be able to flip it.
Insomnia and Mariola not having the runs of their life here, but Nelly here with a 980,000 score is absolutely going to run away with it. So he's going to be the one they'll have to thank after that map. Henrik sadly missing quite a few at the end too, and everybody on Canada having 12 misses exactly. So It's got to be Russia, but that was a little scary too. After that triple miss from Russia, if Canada was able to hold on to a triple combo, they would have gotten it back right at the end. So that was pretty close still. Second point on the scoreboard for Russia, though, so that's nice to see. They're still very much in this game, but Canada just had the better 50-50 so far. Anything going forward, though, it's going to be scary for either team because they just don't exactly know how well the other team will be playing. They don't know how much they practice after the most recent match that they played. And it's going to be scary to pick. It's going to be Oceanus. Seems logical to me for Canada to go for those hardest specific robots and just work their way down in terms of difficulty. So that's very logical.
And Canada are going to go with Nomad 3 here. So the longest map that's been picked so far.
Yeah, imagine playing things over 3 minutes. I would get way too sweaty.
Bowie coming back in for Canada. This should be very interesting. Going to be a Nomad consistency test here. I feel like this one could be more of a coin flip.
Compared to the previous Nomad that they picked, Nomad 2, yeah, sure. It's just a tad bit easier compared to the previous map they played, and as I already mentioned, I believe that the smartest way to go forward for Canada is just to pick maps that are really hard in the Nomad bracket. Combat seemingly also work out for them.
Pretty sure
which I was mistaken on.
Pretty sure Russia popped off on this map though against Italy.
True, but maybe they won't for a second time. Again, they are behind by quite a lot of points, so they must feel pretty bad at the moment, I do believe, and that might affect their gameplay too. And Canada, I mean, they're really solid on Nomad, as you saw on the previous Nomad 2 map. They have Fui, of course, he's probably gonna go try that FC once again. Henrik and Unlucky W, all just really solid normal players, and they've been known for their normal specifically as well. And anything that's just really hard in the normal bracket, they'll have to go for probably if they want to have the biggest chance of winning that 50-50. Because this is more like a 60-40 then in favor of Canada. Even though Russia, again, they did pop off, as you said. They might repeat it, they might not. They'll have to wait and see. Bits of a slow start here. Just enjoy and appreciate the song for the time being, everybody. And cheer on your favorite team. You should very well do that right now, because you might not get to in about 30 minutes after this is all said and done.
And 200 combo marks surpassed. No misses yet. Still 6-way SS, except for Nelly. He has one droplet miss now, as I say that. And Unlucky W is going to be the first miss here from Canada.
Alright, see Russia with bits of an early lead, but again, this is the longest map so far in the map pool that they've played, so lots that can still happen. Unless Russia is going to pop off like last time. It's not going to happen though with Insomnia missing. So that's going to level out. Canada is probably going to be able to tie the score line up on the scoreboard right now.
Oh, Unlucky W. Yeah, he's going to trade the miss right back, so Russia's going to maintain a little advantage here.
This is a very slight advance. It's probably going to come down to about 30,000 points, but it's something to bank on, especially if Nelly and Memoriola see the rest of the map.
So far, Hendrik, Fui, Nelly, and Memorial is still popping off. It's only been Insomnia and Lucky W to trade, but Fui does go down. He will not be getting the FC, and now Russia going to stretch it a little further.
Just a tiny bit, but it's getting bigger and bigger. 60,000 points is already not a miss there for Fui. He's going to make it more like 90,000 perhaps. And now Russia knows, they just saw the scores from the end of Canada in that break too, so they know they can commit 1 or 2 misses without really having to worry yet. 3 misses even probably. So that's a nice spot to be in, 2/3 into the map, especially if you are comfortable playing this kind of stuff, which all of these guys are for sure. They're not thinking about the fact that they're 5-2 behind in terms of the entire game's scoreline, so that's nice. They're going to be able to see once again that nobody dropped on their end, so that's probably like very mood invoking in that sense. Feeling pretty comfortable now, I do believe.
Unless Russia falls apart here in the last quarter, which so far they look flawless. Aside from the 1 miss from Insomnia. And Memoriola is going to find the 2nd miss for Russia. So Canada now will have a little opening and a little chance here if Russia provide any more misses.
Slight window of opportunity, maybe. Lots of misses there for Insomnia. Might actually be able to give it back to Canada. I'm not entirely sure. It doesn't seem like it. But any more misses is going to be giving it back to Canada, though.
Yeah, that's
Unlucky W with the miss.
Unlucky W is going to miss it. That's going to really change things.
Yeah, that's going to slow down the pace here, and I don't think there's enough map left for Canada to really be able to take it, as long as nobody in Russia just completely crashes now.
Unless there's
doesn't
a
seem to be the case.
Potentially here.
Yeah, even then, I mean, it's too late, as you can see. 50,000 points of difference, and that's going to go to Russia. A break point. Well played by them.
So, 5-3 Canada. Russia with the pick now. They got a chance to claw their way back into this match if they can convert their next pick. So now Russia going to eye up the map pool, and you have to wonder where they're going to go. I think it's just only Nomad, maybe 1 double time left.
Yeah, we'll see that map pool in a bit, but I think you're right. Are there double times left? Maybe they are, maybe they're not. I think 1, maybe double time 2. Wasn't it banned? Oh no, it wasn't. DT3. Okay.
So 1 DT and 4 Nomads remaining.
Patchwork's the chat though. Would that work for Russia? Maybe? I could be likely for them to go with DT, but then at the same time, the rest of the no mod maps might be playing into Russia a little bit too, because
Well, I mean,
they are all easier than Oceanus and no mod 2, which I'm not going to pronounce.
Problem for Russia though is that they really can't afford to have a breakpoint here at all, because then it would just be handing Canada a pick with match point.
They're gonna go for the secret map, it seems. They're picking double time 4. Okay.
Okay, so DT3 it'll be.
Don't tell them that there's a 4th double time, Dolan. Don't do it.
Walter says DT4 it overflows and goes to no mod 1.
Goes to tiebreak. It should go to tiebreak then, actually.
Yeah, right. They're picking tiebreak. Come on.
You should steal the unlockable tiebreaker concept from AXS. You really should. Makes for fun games.
I disagree.
Okay, sorry. Nice anecdotes.
Yeah, and one miss and it's over. This is going to be one of the longer double time maps in the pool. I think it is the longest DT map. It is a popular song.
I'm expecting a few cat jams in chat as well.
Yep, there
Very
will
slow
probably
cat
be
jams
many
though.
of
The
them.
BPM's low. Well, now it isn't because as well it's sped up, but you get the point.
So nearly 3 minutes of double time. Canada would love to take this break point here. But if Russia can take this, they'll only be down 1. And they were down 5-1 at one point.
Yeah, run back is very possible for these people. Just the sheer fact that we've been repeating over and over again that it's very 50-50 most of these maps, so it can go either way. Nelly and Insomnia are going to miss though, so that's not really going to provide a nice early start there. Canada leading by about 50,000 and still growing.
Yeah, as we just now hit the 200 combo mark. Canada will fully capitalize on all those misses. Insomnia's going to go down yet again. That's not good for Russia here as the first quarter's over. He's really struggling.
Henrik is going to miss now for Canada, so that's going to level out a little bit. But yeah, it's weird that we have to call out Insomnia for the fact that he missed twice, even though, you know, that's still really good. Everybody is so solid in this lobby, as you can see. And
Hendrik will miss again, though. So now Hendrik's starting to struggle as Insomnia builds his combo.
Exactly. Maybe he's not doing too bad after all. Mariola's going to miss though for Russia, so Canada is going to hold on to that combo advantage.
Oh, Zakarian, though, is going to trade it, so it's right back in the favor of Russia now.
The dynamics are crazy over here. Double miss
double
for Russia
miss.
though.
That's painful.
Yeah, we have 200 combos in the end of Canada. We only have 1 there for Russia from Insomnia.
And
Might
Zakarian
end
will
up
go
being
down.
the MVP after all. Unlucky W still with a double S though, so that's really solid on their end.
Oh, there's another double miss from Russia, and that might seal it, honestly, heading into this final third. Final
Those are
quarter.
really unfortunate indeed, considering that Canada's doing really well over there. Zakarian is now at 150 combo. It's higher than Insomnia and Memoriola have. And Unlucky W is going to go for that double S, it seems. Henrik only with a singular miss, I'm pretty sure. Maybe 2. Actually 2, yeah, but it's more than enough fuel for Canada to take this point so far, it seems, with a lead of 170,000, it seems. They can permit quite a few misses here. It's going to get be traded here with Nelly and Zakarian, and that's not going to damage Canada at all.
Yeah, no, Canada have this point firmly in their hands. They'll take the break point, go up 6-3. And Unlucky W will bring home a double S for Canada.
Beautiful to see, wow. That perfect 1,060,000 score. Canada almost reaching 3 million in total as well. That's unseen, really, for these kind of maps.
So now Canada are at match point, and they have the pick. Only Nomad remains, though.
Only Nomad, yeah. It's 4 Nomads to pick from, so we're not going to be seeing any sort of modification action anymore. This is going to be all vanilla from here on out. There's 2 specifics and there's 2 converts as well. What do you think they're going to pick, actually?
It's tough. It's real tough. I could honestly see maybe potentially Nomad 1 here, but I feel like that's too coin flippy. I think Nomad 1's actually probably the most coin flip map here.
Do you think so as well?
I could see probably Nomad 5 or 6. One of the converts.
I think 4 and 6 make a lot of sense for Canada, because 6, you can sort of carry the team on your own if you're really doing great. And I'm thinking that people like Fui and Henrik and Unlucky W, at least one of those people is going to be able to pull off a really strong score on that map. And that might just be enough to push down Russia out of the tournament. Otherwise, Platinum. It's, again, just a specific Nomad. It's a little fast, but nowhere near as fast as Nomad 2. But then again, it's just kind of the imperative that Canada might want to use, you know. Is it fast? Is it Nomad? Okay, we'll go for it. And that might just be the way they want to round it off, but I'm not entirely sure. They still have a little bit of time to pick, but they might want to hurry.
Oh, it is going to be Nomad 1. Wow.
Against our expectations.
Shows what we know. So Canada, hoping that this will seal the deal. For Russia to come back and win this, they're going to have to complete 3 wins on a Nomad tour and then a tiebreak.
Is it unlikely? Yeah, but is it impossible? No. I would say that Russia might be able to make a comeback here, just like I said with like Finland doing that thing against the Netherlands that I still don't want to talk about. But Russia, Canada, again, if you took a shot for every time we said coin toss, coin flip, 50-50 in this match, you would be dead by now. But yeah, again, it's that story that we're talking about. We don't exactly know who's going to take a map like Dragons, for example.
Yeah, not gonna lie, these top 8 matches are pretty nuts. When you see US, China, and Russia, Canada in the battle for the last finals week spots. But especially this match, I think, is even more of a 50-50 than the other one was. Because here the teams have very similar strengths.
I'm just enjoying this song, by the way.
It is a good song.
Gotta love me some Caravan Palace. That's something I was talking about with Silo from the Dutch team yesterday, I think. I'm like, for some reason, like 99% of the songs in these map pools are just really good. Regardless of how well fitting the map is for the map pool, you can discuss lots about that. The songs are just really good. This is a prime example of that once again.
Yeah, we have had a lot of great songs so far this World Cup. Oh, so it looks like Fui is going to be sight reading. So Nelly, Insomnia, Memoriola against Fui, Henrik, and Unlucky W. For Canada, it is match point. Russia need 4 points in a row, or they are eliminated in top 8.
I mean, top 8 would still be a very commendable feat for Russia, but they want more. And they can do more this year too. Let's see who's going to do it.
And I think Russia knows that they still have a chance. You know, I think both these teams are very aware that this is very much a 50-50 match on many of the maps in this pool. So even though they're down 6-3, you can't give up. We've seen comebacks happen before. And so far, no misses at the start of this one.
First miss there for Nelly for Russia, so that's going to give Canada bits of an early advantage, but it's a long song, so he shouldn't fret too much. Ooh, that's a weird one, though. He didn't pick up that first note after the break ended there. He just kind of went a little too far to the left there.
So early miss from Nelly's going to put Canada up for now.
Weird to miss it on a note like that, and he might just be really nervous. I'm not entirely sure. Fui missing for
trade. Okay. So there's a trade back from Fui. Nelly back up to that 200 combo. So now Russia going to start pulling that score back.
And they're tugging, but it's not quite enough. Ooh, but Fui missing again for Canada is going to provide more than enough, as you can see. That's going to go over to the red. And Russia is leading for the time being. I think they can see each other score after this spinner too. Nah,
nope.
They can't. Okay, they'll be secretly continuing in the driver's position here.
Halfway through two. So Russia's still very much in this. Nelly is going to find another miss here. So Canada looks like they're going to be taking it back.
And we're back with a blue bar here, indeed. We're just over halfway. Nelly's going to find another miss. He's not doing too well in this map so far compared to some of the other guys. Indeed, that's going to trade with Unlucky W, so not too much damage. There was missed potential here, but everybody seems to catch that pattern. And the score difference is very slim at the moment.
Yeah, now Russia slowly pulling it back with Nelly's advantage over Unlucky for the time being.
Ooh, he did miss there, so actually Russia is going to be able to capitalize quite nicely on that, as you can see. Not a miss there for him, so maybe Russia can permit like a single miss at the moment even. Looking at the score line, they are up about 30,000, and they're going to go towards like 40 to 50,000, I'm pretty sure. But Fui struggling right at the end here.
Yeah, Fui really struggling. I mean, he did say that he didn't play this, so it's showing he's struggling more than the other players. And Samia did go down too as well, so that was going to negate the miss from Fui, but Canada running out of time to take this match point.
Yeah, but then again, a double miss for Russia will definitely give it back to Canada. That could just happen. You never know.
It's still very close. Fui goes down again, though, and that may very well steal it for Canada. Henrik also going down.
Now Russia doesn't seem to have to worry that much anymore. Looking how the score increases over to there. And Memoriola's still holding on to a full combo, I'm pretty sure, as well. Is he going to be able to do it? Fui's going to miss right at the end. It doesn't really matter. And I think Memoriola just kind of nailed that.
Yeah, I think that's a full combo from Memoriola, and it is. So Russia staying alive, 6-4. They have the pick.
That's going to be a morale boost, too, from Memoriola.
Definitely. That was a massive score from him.
Yeah, 12 misses by Nelly, a bit uncharacteristic, especially towards the very beginning of the map. He just very consistently missed a few notes there. Somebody has single miss. There's a single miss there for Henrik as well. Fui did the Nelly thing right at the end of the map, and then Lucky W just had a really big drop right in the middle. But yeah, you want to perform better against Russia than that. They're still not quite done, and the match is still not done and over for Canada at all.
Yeah, because Canada ultimately will still get the final pick. And Russia will go with no mod 6. Chaos Eater. So another very short map coming in.
Okay, Russia going for that no mod 6. We were just talking about the fact that we expected this to be, well, at least but maybe you'd agreed with the sentiment that this could have been a really nice pick for Canada, if anything, combined with no mod 4. So the teams are doing quite the opposite of what we were thinking, and that seems to be the theme of this weekend. As long as it's not what Sarton says, we'll do it, basically.
Whatever Sarton says, do the opposite.
Yeah. That's all cool. I am not as knowledgeable as these people with this game. My years have gone to pass already. My prime years. Their turn now. I wonder if Russia's going to be able to run it back to tiebreaker. Would be nice. Would be very nice. But Canada, still, they are so close to that top 6 spot. They don't want to let go of it now. They don't want to go and opt for another tiebreaker before they can reach that spot.
Yeah, Russia's not going to give up without a fight. And here comes the start command from Walter Toro. Round number 11. We're scheduled for up to 13 if we need it. This is Russia's last pick of the match.
Wishing all of these people good luck. I wonder how it's going to go. Fui and unlucky with the first 2 misses there for Canada.
That early double miss. To advantage Russia.
It's only 1 minute 49, so that could matter in the end.
Yeah, that actually could matter a significant amount here. Oh, Russia will trade it with doubles of their own, and that's after 200, so Canada actually should take the lead if they can hold.
Oh yeah, they're definitely taking the lead now. You can see blue is going to appear soon on the screen if they don't miss. Going to be some nasty jumps incoming though. Lucky W is going to succumb to that.
And Russia holds. Everyone's up to 200 there. Halfway through.
Everybody catching those left, right, and Russia.
Russia.
Oh, we triple missed there for Russia now. No.
Only Fui. That triple miss could send them home.
The only player to hold through both those patterns. And that's proving so incredibly useful right now. More misses there.
Henrik goes down. Kamiya trades it. And Lucky does go down. Fui, though, is really doing some damage right now. He's trying to put Canada ahead into finals week.
Somnia is not really picking up his combo all too well so far. And Fui's at 600. Henrik is going to trade it, though. And it seems that the combo advantage is in the hands of Russia. Just very slightly, though. A single miss for Canada is going to give it back to Russia.
Coming to the end. Nelly goes down. Wait, that could be massive.
I think that's massive. A second miss for Nelly incoming. Fui's going to miss the combo as well, but that's too late. And Canada is taking it.
Canada will go to finals week for the first time in Catch World Cup history. They get it done 7-4. Russia tried to start the comeback, just couldn't get it done in the end. They definitely had a chance, though. Well played to both teams, but Canada victorious here today.
The Maple Boys have done it 7-4. Russia is going to have to say bon voyage, but they had a incredible run in this tournament, and I'm so happy to see them get this far into the tournament after what I saw. I saw that potential in them last year. They were able to deliver, and next year they're going to go for more. I'm very sure they're not going to leave this game anytime soon. Canada we'll see next week with the 5 other remaining countries. Well played to both teams, and well played to Canada especially.
Yeah, Canada having to do it the hard way. They lost to the U.S. in the round of 16. Went on to beat Taiwan, Chile, and now Russia to advance to their first ever finals week appearance in the Catch World Cup. There are your winners, Canada. And that is the last match of the semifinals. So coming your way next is going to be the finals map pool showcase. But
Indeed, we're going to have a bit of a break there first before we get into that. About 10 to 15 minutes before everything is ready and set up. So we're going to give Trost that little bit of time to do his thing. As we see the brackets here and the remaining teams, we're going to see Hong Kong versus South Korea next week. In the winner's bracket, we're going to see France versus Canada, Philippines versus USA. And then the winner of those 2 matches in the loser's bracket is going to play again that weekend. So there's multiple options there to be seen. But first, we're going to see those 3 matches, and those are really exciting on their own. With Hong Kong being so incredibly strong this year, South Korea doing South Korea as they always have, and then the very interesting leftover 4 countries in losers brackets. A lot of countries that just haven't really ever gotten this far into the tournament. And with some really interesting results as well today, with like USA beating China and ensuring China's literal worst run in the tournament since 2014, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So it's been a ride.
Yeah. It has indeed been a ride. It's been an amazing World Cup. But we see our final 6 teams: Hong Kong, South Korea, France, Canada, Philippines, and United States are the 6 teams that remain. And after next week, we will cut it down to our top 3 for grand finals.
Exactly. So you don't want to miss that. So you want to follow the channel if you haven't already, because if you do, you can get an email notification for all the matches that go live, as long as you click the bell icon. It's right next to it as well. And right next to that, you can see a subscribe button. If you're feeling generous, you can always do that. You'll get a little badge next to your name. When you're chatting, you'll get an emote, and you'll support the tournament, and that's great. We'll love you for it. Same goes for banners. They'll appear on your Osu profile. You can ban them in the Osu store. They're $2.50, and they'll well, support the tournament, first of all, as already mentioned, and it'll look cool in your profile. You can choose a country, you can choose your look, who you support. I mean, there's 6 teams left, but you can choose between the 16 teams that made it into the knockout stage. And you might just want to check that out.
If you pick the winning team, it stays on your profile for a little longer than everyone else. So you get the sweet bragging rights of picking the winning team. But
being the prophet.
Being the oracle. That is going to wrap things up on the match side of things for semifinals. We're done. Canada gets the 7-4 win over Russia. And we are going to prepare things for the map pool showcase for finals week. So, Conrad, Sarton, my boy, it's been awesome casting with you.
Again, Doland, it's been great indeed. And we'll take our leave. We're going to have Sekre and JB appear and do that showcase. So we'll see you in like 10 to 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Check out some nice maps. And I hope you enjoy this weekend. Take care, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Hello everyone, thanks for hanging around. It's finals week map pool time for the 2021 Us Catch World Cup. JB Hyperion here, joined once again by Seka. Looking forward to another batch of excellent and hopefully more challenging maps that our remaining 6 teams are going to be competing on next week.
Yeah, this map pool is going to be pretty interesting. We saw some pretty big jumps from the last map pool to this map pool, so hoping to see some pretty bigger jumps as we'd expect as the map pool gets harder and harder.
And not just jumps in the literal moving from catcher side to side aspect. So we're going to have 6 no mods, once again 4 specifics and 2 converts, and then 3 each from hidden, hard rock and double time. Again, 2 specifics and 1 convert, and of course 1 tiebreaker. And as we've seen previously, a lot of our custom maps are back in force for the specifics, so everything from no mod, hidden and hard rock is going to be a map custom made for this year's finals map pool, and of course our tiebreaker as well. So if we are ready, I think we're just about gonna get going with the no mod pool.
Yeah, and here we are going to get the first custom map of the no mod pool. It's going to be Nakamura Mako, Scarlet Faith, mapped by FD Florite. It's going to be played by Sayuyu. Assuming that's going to be Nagi. Has to be Nagi at this point. Everybody loves Nagi. But it's going to be a bit smaller than average circle size, coming in at circle size 5. AR 9.4, a bit slower than we'd also see for this round. But it's going to be really high starting. You see that starting, it's going to be 7.36, so already seeing pretty big of a jump.
Yeah, circle size 5 opening up here in no mod 1, what has sometimes been the kind of comfort pick, but by the time we get to this difficult end of the map pool, there is really nothing comfortable left as far as the eye can see.
Yeah, gonna be seeing lots and lots of wiggles here. Some awkward sliders too, with a little bit of a droplet stuck in the middle that you're gonna have to catch out of your way. Also, not surprised that we see a Genshin impacting background from FD Flora. It was either gonna be Genshin or Maple Story.
Some really high slider velocity coming out here after those strong hyper dashes.
Yeah, everything seems to be a bit farther spaced than you usually see it. So that's where most of the difficulty for this seems to be coming from, especially with those hyper chains.
Yeah, the flow itself looks like, I don't want to say comfortable because it's very kind of strongly spaced, but there don't seem to be too many like really punishing direction changes that you don't expect. The distances are very strong and you do need to change direction quickly, but there doesn't look like there's anything that's kind of horrendously uncomfortable. We're also seeing an alternation between these kind of calmer sections where everything is like very comfortable flowing, not particularly fast apart from some of these high slider velocity sections, and then the more kind of energetic chorus sections where stuff gets cranked up and we see lots more hyper dashes being thrown around.
Some little interesting spaced wiggles right there. One of them was a bit farther than all the other ones.
This is also the longest map in the whole of the finals map pool, aside from the tiebreaker, of course, at just under 4 minutes length. So consistency is going to be playing a major factor here.
I am a bit surprised that starting of this map actually goes up to 7.36. It looks a little bit easier than that, but I'm assuming it's just because of the huge hyper chains everywhere. It's going to get boosted by quite a bit.
Yeah, that definitely boosts the star rating just a tiny bit. As you said earlier, the hyper dashes do look a little stronger than we would maybe have expected as a whole, even on calmer sounding parts of the song.
see
Just an
even
example
more
of-
of those.
Yeah, it's an example of that punishing high slider velocity.
Pretty tight too.
So that's where we start, carrying on. Third time unlucky from T Pazolite. This is going to be the complete opposite end of the spectrum, the shortest bar 1 song in the map pool at 2 minutes and 13 seconds long. Circle size of 4.3 and 1/3 rhythm with lots of strong dashes. Some of them maybe even approaching edge dashes. In typical T-Pazolite fashion, lots of BPM changes, lots of scaling going on. Our map pool notes for BPM just have a series of question marks listed for the BPM, as you can see, from 136 to 2,500.
I can't wait to see that 2,500 BPM part. It's probably just going to be something there for a bit of a aesthetic reason, but we'll see. Seems to be a lot of vertical focus so far in this map, though. Which is pretty nice for this round. Bit different.
I want to introduce you to this really exciting new sound. Like this.
Here the BPM is really cranking up.
It's a bit of a
Very
niche
snappy
one.
hyper dashes, and some of these
Yeah.
don't even generate hyper dashes actually. Even without knowing that this is a Dave map, you can just tell from how odd some of the patterning is that it's definitely something that he would create.
Yeah, honestly, that's super true with this. Dave maps are kind of always, you can spot them out from the rest, you know what I mean. He also loves using these patterns, I've noticed as well. The triple hyper dash in the one direction. Those hyper dashes over there seem really far, especially for that ending. Oh. Whoa.
Yeah,
What was
that's
that
probably
roll?
your 2,500 BPM section.
Yeah.
I don't know how many
Good
notes
thing-
there were in that period, but it was a lot.
Yeah, good thing we have no fail enable, because I could definitely see some people missing that left hyper dash and then missing the whole stack on the right.
Anyway, Gemzoo is going to be bringing us our third no-mod map, Inscape by Technoplanet. This is a little longer, 3 minutes in length, 200 BPM, circle size of 4.5, so again, in between the two picks that we've seen thus far. And it's going to be heavily focused on streams and anti-flow in a sharper and stronger way than Oceanus that we saw in the previous pool.
Yeah, it definitely seems a bit more standard than your typical Jamesu map so far. Of course, as soon as I say that, we see some more of the spicier wiggle movements that Jamesu loves to use.
Nice little calm section here, which is supposed to be kind of comforting and easing the player through building combos back up or kind of maintaining a lead, but is probably more than likely going to be just building more nerves. All these calm sections typically have a feeling of, I really shouldn't miss here, so you probably put more pressure on yourself than you need to.
Yeah, some of these wiggles also right here are a bit shorter than you would expect them to, so if you hold dash, you could definitely kind of catch a miss unexpectedly.
Yeah, definitely agree. Like, a lot of the sliders aren't the same length, so the little wiggles are definitely not the same size. They're not uniform in their kind of orientation.
Yeah, this is definitely, like I said earlier, a lot tamer for a James Zoo map than I would have expected. Because usually you see him going all out with those 116, 1-8 patterns. But there's not as many here. I think I only saw one single or 116 pattern. As soon as I say that, it's going to be those 1-4 hyper chains. So
Yeah, back and forth at this BPM of 200 is really quite punishing. There's
yeah,
2 times he's got you in the same difficulty, man.
really has been. I knows how to get me sometimes. He's not even here probably, but he just knows.
Yeah, given that it's probably about 3 in the morning in the Philippines right now. But I'm sure he'll pick that one out later. Nomod 4, our final specific and final custom map from the Nomod pool, is Armageddon from Leaf, mapped by Greeper. This is again quite short, at just over 2.25 minutes in length. 210 BPM, so a little bit faster still. And the cycle size 4.4, with slightly variations throughout, but not quite enough to kind of feel massively distinct in that aspect. But this is going to be the most technical pick of the Nomod specifics coming up. Lots of anti-flow, lots of streams coupled in, similar to what we've seen before, but the density is going to cramp up incredibly here with lots of buzz sliders as well.
Yeah, I remember in a voice call maybe a few months ago, Greeper was like, "Oh, I love this song. I really want to map it," and he didn't kind of map it for a few months, and somebody else mapped a set of it. And I'm like, man, Greeper was gonna map this, and here he is bringing it back for a CWC custom pick. Got some really spicy sliders. It seems.
Yeah, that looked like definitely a droplet sacrifice there. Trying to follow that slider perfectly was, yeah, not gonna happen. Such massive density spiking here.
Yeah, and those are also, I'm pretty sure those were 1/8 hyper dashes in between these, which are really harsh. Usually you see the mappers tend to kind of remove the last 1/8 and make it a 1/4 hyper dash for a bit of leniency, but not in this case.
Yeah, 1/8 hypers are punishing at kind of middling 150, 160 BPM. We're at 210 here. There is really not much time spacing between those. And I would not be surprised if a lot of these could be hyper warped, yeah. Really cool Solar Sector Mystic Wisdom remix coming out here. Look at that anti-flow though.
Yeah, that was very unexpected because the rest of the section was pretty easy in comparison, and it just kind of was. Yeah, it's the same thing right there. It's quite a big difficulty spike, I'd say, in this PI. I mean, that one wasn't even anywhere near as hard, so looked a bit out of place with those two, but seems catchable at least.
We'll be seeing that in your map pool comments for the week coming already then, I can
Possibly. We'll have to see.
Moving on to our converts now for the Nomod bracket. So bring it on, Giga Feet Real. This is Hollowings Another. The second longest in the Nomod pool, just under 4 minutes in length. 160 BPM, circle size of 5, lots of tricky 1/4 dashes and sharp flow. This one was ranked in March of this year, so pretty recently.
Yeah, usually when you see these maps you think, oh, Hollowing, it's going to be old, very old, but no, this one, like you said, pretty recent. Don't remember seeing this one myself.
Yeah, the map itself has been around for quite a while, coming out in early 2019, having been evolved a little bit over the last couple of years, and it's just reached rank very recently.
And you know you're getting old when you say 2019's been out for a while, and you're just like, man, that feels like yesterday, honestly. Got some interesting wiggles here, with some sharp hyper dash anti-flow. Kind of seems to be the general theme of the map pool so far is big hyper dash and big anti-flow. Those two combined make hard map.
He catcha go zoom.
Exactly.
Some of those half dashes look pretty punishing, honestly. Typical convert to have unexpectedly strong dashes in the kind of calmer, less intense section of the map. lulling
Yeah.
you into that false sense of security as always.
BPM is also at the BPM where it's like slightly too fast, but also slightly too slow, where it just feels so awkward compared to either 140 or 180.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about before. Those strong dashes that are a little bit bigger than you would expect. Very easy to drop on almost any part of that middle section just there. And coupled with the kind of strong, snappy 1/4 dashes at 160 BPM, as you mentioned, Seka, looking like really easy to kind of fall out of a rhythm here and get punished on what would normally be a fairly simple pattern.
And you're watching the replay and you're just like, man, this map doesn't seem that hard. But then you realize that the person who's playing it is Karim, and you're just like, oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, Italy sadly departing the tournament a little earlier this weekend. They are now freed up to perform these replays for us, of course.
Yeah, they get really far. There was one little 1-4 wiggle that was on hyper dash right in the middle of there. That one seemed really painful as well.
Ooh, those droplets though. That's the kind of slider that if it had been like 0.1x faster, then it would definitely have generated a hyper dash somewhere.
Yeah, definitely.
Hopefully no one going to get baited by that little slider at the end there. But yeah, one map remaining in our no mod pool, and this one's going to be Cure and Hey Kids from the Oral Cigarettes. Pretty famous song. I'm not as familiar with this one as I am with Monstrata's set of this. So this one is from Sotarks, ranked May 2019, the Agatsu's Extreme Difficulty. This is going to feature a length of about 3.5 minutes, so fairly long as far as the no mod pool goes. Slowest BPM of 142, but given that this is mapped in alternating style, it's going to feel quite a lot faster than that in most of the parts. Circle size of 3.9, smallest circle size, so largest fruits that we will have seen this time around. And approach rate of 9.8 though, so objectively the fastest approach rate we've seen instead.
Yeah, this map set I'm actually quite familiar with. This difficulty in particular, not that much. I used to play the top difficulty of this map set quite a bit. It was really fun to play and try to get a good score on it. This one seems to be pretty similar to that top difficulty and overall difficulty, that is. And it's going to be challenging with a lot of very far 1-4 dashes, that kind of 1/2 dashes at 280 BPM. It's obviously that alternator style. Probably have to memorize a few of these jumps. That was the kind of trend of the other difficulty as well, and it's seeming like that in this one, where they're just slightly too far for you to read them, even though it is AR 9.8, not AR 10.
Following the trend of top players jumping in and providing us with some replays. Pretty sure this is a Diletto replay. Austria not participating in the World Cup this year, but I believe Diletto has had some input on the map pool creation as well as replays, of course. So thanks to him.
Nice little fun hyper chain right there. Kind of out of nowhere, but of course, can't really expect anything out of fun in that sense.
Ooh, those are some really punishing strong half dashes. One of them was a hyper and the rest were all of varying edge dash strengths. Really got to be on your game to make sure you keep those on the plate.
Yeah, that honestly looked like an easier version of that one pattern that XCon posted on Twitter a few days ago. I'm not sure if you saw it, but it was like these pixel perfect notes, and there was a hyper dash like every 4 of them, and he was testing around with that stuff, and I'm like, how is that even possible?
I do remember seeing that. Yeah, if anyone's able to break the editor in interesting ways, then it is people like XCon, of course. Map pool selectors not being quite that evil, but hey, there's a grand final pool after this, so we may see something else yet. nice long break here to either settle the nerves or build more tension, depending on your fortunes in the earlier part of the map. And even in this kind of calmer section of the song, you really can't switch off. The dash distances are not consistent in any way. There's a little bit of anti-flow being kicked in as well. Very easy to fall asleep at the wheel and have things go horribly wrong here.
Yeah, usually when you see these 1-1 gaps in this kind of chorus part, some of them are having to memorize them, some of them are more so on the leading side, but it kind of depends on where it is in the diff. Like that one right there, saw that miss, that's definitely one of the ones you have to memorize.
Leto almost recovering to 99% at the end there. But that's going to conclude our no mod pool, the 4 specifics and 2 converts. We're going to be moving on to Hidden now, as always. And Dave's coming back with another one this time. This is Mononoke from Ceatrus. 2 minutes, 19 seconds in length, 175 BPM. Cycle size of 3.7, which is pretty generous as far as a Hidden has gone previously. And an approach rate of 9.3, which again is not the kind of haha low AR difficult trick that we've seen in a lot of previous pools, but don't worry, we'll get to that later. Lots of flow issues, or not issues so much, but funkiness going on, which is exactly what we'd expect from Dave. I say issues in the nicest sense of the term, purely because this is just, again, exactly what you'd expect from Dave, and exactly what you would not expect from a kind of conventional mapping style.
Yeah, I think the only thing that's unexpected from Dave here is the AR of 9.3. Usually you see him slap on an AR 8, it's like, have fun, you know?
Yeah, we did see that from the Kakubot P difficulty in the previous pool, that AR 8. So this is showing that Dave has been around for a long time and he's accrued lots of kind of maps, lots of kudos, lots of plaudits for his work, and across a variety of styles, and this is exactly why, demonstrating his excellent variety and breadth of skills here.
Yeah, this map just has so much movement. It's kind of even more movement than the last Hidden one that we saw from Rockma last round, and that had a lot of movement itself, so it's going to be really punishing to a lot of players if they're not super confident on their hidden movement.
Just as we saw in the No Mod 2, which was also from Dave, lots of these little kind of janky 1/4 dashes that are like really snappy direction changes after or before hypers that are very punishing, and you can see how much the density cranks up here, just like that Hidden 1 map that we saw from Rockma in the previous pool, as you said. Cranking out some of these extended hyperdash sliders as well as the high density on the streams. Lots of these tiny little micro movements into and out of really dense patterns that need to be timed so delicately.
Ending off with a nice long spinner. Gotta get your extra about 15,000 points right there.
So I said that lower approach rates were coming, and we're getting there. Approach rate 8.8. But the real kicking point here, and you should be able to tell immediately from the size of those fruits, circle size 5.8. This one is James Landino's Hide and Seek, a featured artist song, so a big support to our featured artists. 2.25 minutes in length, 163 BPM, which is the slowest of the hidden picks in this pool. And yeah, as I said, lots of very small fruits, lots of precision required, and rhythm's not going to be particularly friendly or conventional this time around either.
Yeah, there seems to be some very strong anti-flows that are just kind of a little bit out of nowhere, but not really. They make sense with the song, of course, but they're very definitely spiky in difficulty a little bit. But it kind of makes sense, the difficulty spikes that you get in this.
little bit of a low density section with depressed hidden approach right there.
Yeah, some of these patterns right here, these verticals that all move in one direction, are a lot harder than they actually look because it requires such precision to hit those. Following them by stuff like that right there, it's really painful.
Yeah, lots of variety shown there. Kind of precision required on stopping and starting again in time with the reduced circle size, but then some kind of really snappy movements and precise direction changes again required on that little bursting pattern.
You know, at least this last like little 50 combo here seems to be pretty easy, but then you get a little nice wiggle at the last 10, so a little bit of a surprise. Not that much.
Very merciful spectator there, but this is going to be our third hidden pick. This one, as we said, is the convert of the bunch, the converted OS difficulty. This is Nanatsu Koyoto by Asaka. 2 minutes and 2 seconds in length, 180 BPM, which is the fastest of the picks this time. But it is going to be complemented by approach rate 8.2, which is the lowest, and a circle size of 5, so pretty punishing combination again. We have convert with difficult odd spacing that we would maybe expect in the strong dashes. Lots of snappy one-quarter jumps that you can see there, as I talked about previously. Yeah, really tricky one, this.
Yeah, this hidden pool seems to be gotten quite a big difficulty step up in my opinion, and last round is already pretty hard. So it's going to be really interesting to see how many people can actually play these hidden pools, because we're seeing Nagi doing these replays, and he's obviously not doing that bad, but he's still missing, you know, and usually when you think of Nagi, it's like, alright, he's going to FC everything. So, that just shows to how strong this hidden pool is going to be good abilities for these players.
You can see on a lot of those sliders that are very slightly kind of differently tilted from each other. Some of them will require wiggling, some of them can be stacked. And with the lowered approach rate of 8.2 and the hidden, you really kind of have to know exactly which ones you're going to need to move for, because it's very easy to allow a little slider end to fall off the plate if you pick the wrong decision.
Yeah, this part here doesn't seem as difficult as the other ones. A lot of more simpler patterns coming in over here. Which is a nice little change up in the intro.
Yeah, certainly a lot less density, focusing mainly on the half jumps there, coming into a more quarter rhythm focused section now. And here again, come that little combination, some of them hyper dash, some of them not. Lots of little wiggling of multiple quarter dashes in a row. Nothing to really worry about at the end. So hidden is now done with. Hard Rock moving on is our next mod. 2 more custom maps here for all the specifics, and Lime Chronomia from Rockma is going to be the first of these. 227 BPM, just under 2.5 minutes in length. Circle size 5.2, very standard Hard Rock circle size coming from 4. But the speed and the density is going to be the deciding factor here, the challenge for players, and lots of variations in flow as well.
You know, I'm pretty sure I just saw like a little wonky one-lead cheeky double in the intro right there. You definitely see maybe a few misses in there. It didn't seem that hard, but it just kind of catch you off guard a little bit. Very fast streams right at the start though.
Yeah, typically at this kind of BPM, when you're talking about streamy picks, you either see very little kind of deformation of patterns or massive deformations of like 1/8 patterns thrown in that create hyperdashes where there was a nice kind of simple triple before. There's very rarely kind of any middle ground.
Ooh, those look really brutal. Especially when they get later on, because the wiggle gets farther and farther each time. And you can start out by standing on still on them, but then you have to wiggle, and that's really hard for a lot of players to be able to do it that fast.
Yeah, given that this was picked specifically for Hard Rock map pool, I have to assume that that was intentional.
Yeah, it must have been.
This section looks a lot more conventional as far as streaming patterns go. Obviously very quick and smaller circle size, but less kind of funky placement and spacing than in the earlier section. And just what every fast hard rock pick needs, a low density section on approach rate 10.
Yeah, this low density section seems to be pretty straightforward, though all the rhythm seems to be matching along with the song quite well.
Those quarter wiggles at this BPM look really punishing.
Yeah, and you see
Considering
right
everything
there.
that's come through in the map already.
Yeah, you can see right there. One single miss is gonna miss you like 10 notes in this section because you kind of can't really get your rhythm back quite easily. Pretty interesting ending right there with those 1-8 doubles. Worked pretty well, I'd say.
Yeah, it couldn't have been spaced any more, but still looking fairly smooth enough as it is. So Hard Rock 2 coming out now, Kuraki Sakai no Dokuku from Yosei Teikuku, very famous Osu artist. This one is from Spectator, so his second map of the pool. 320 BPM, very speedy, exactly what we've come to expect from the metal artist Yosei Teikuku. 4 minutes and 11 seconds in length, the longest map in the pool. Even longer than the no-mod picks earlier that we've already seen. Slightly higher circle size, so slightly smaller fruits. This one 5.46, and of course approach rate 10, staple of hard rock at this point in the tournament.
Yeah, if anyone's played Osu before, you probably know this song in particular because, man, the song's been around for a while. I remember a lot of people used to play the convert of this and try to set good scores on it back in the day. See, this part is actually a lot trickier than it seems because it didn't really follow that specific of a rhythm in those little 1-1, I think they were, those gaps. So you can definitely get caught out trying to go backwards too fast or too slow.
Serious velocity being thrown about on these hyper dashes now, as you'd expect with the 320 BPM, even kind of half patterns and certainly 1/4 patterns feeling very punishing right now. A little 1/3 kind of set of notes there, but very kind of conveniently placed for flow. Shouldn't be too problematic.
I don't know what I just saw, but I think that was a little bit of a deformed stream. I'm not too sure.
Yeah.
It was a bit too fast, and the skin doesn't help at all, but it looked a bit wonky.
Yeah, that looked like it could have been like a stack, but if it was supposed to be wiggled, I'm not really sure which direction you were supposed to kind of go in there. It didn't look kind of very intentional at all, but I might be completely wrong there. Very little period for rest here with how quickly you have to change direction after a lot of these hyper dashes, especially with the slightly higher circle size of almost 5.5.
Ooh, that was a little bit of an awkward curve shape into the opposite direction. Possibly see some people curving too much on that and missing the hyper dash.
Yeah, this really looks like an endurance test. Even if you kind of you play this as the first pick of the match, or you're coming in as a kind of rested player and this is the first thing you play in the match. By the time you've played half of this map, I think you could realistically see a miss almost anywhere. There are so few kind of easier rest periods, and it's just straining from start to finish.
Nice little cheeky notes with the spinners. Don't think anyone's going to be missing them, but it's always cool to see stuff like that.
Our final hard rock pick, the converted difficulty, Neverland from Trifect. 2 minutes and 18 seconds in length, 127 BPM, so vastly lower than what we've seen previously. Circle size of 4.55, quite a little bit more comfortable. This one is uploaded late 2019 and is currently last updated very recently, not ranked, I believe going for loved, however.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that we see something like this BPM as well, because the last map was also an alternator style map, and this one's, albeit a bit slower in the alternator style, it still has that same vibe as last Hard Rock. Usually we'd see maybe be from 180 to 190 for the last Hard Rock pick. This one definitely has a bunch of farther jumps than you would expect, especially with the Hard Rock mod.
Ooh, we got a swing rhythm coming in here as well. I wasn't expecting that. The distances look a lot more kind of comfortable here, but then they throw in these kind of big hyper dashes, these strong dashes that come after them that you don't really expect them to be as strong as they are and can really catch you out.
Yeah, you just got to be completely ready for them. And in a tournament match, it's not that easy to be completely ready for all these things. Especially with the nerves, you're like, alright, I can kind of calm down now, but then you just get that one far pattern, and you're just like, forgot I was there.
Here we see a couple more of those strong quarter dashes. Even in this calmer part of the song, really cannot switch off because patterns like that are very prone to catch people out.
Ooh, especially right there at the start of that. That looks near impossible. Gonna have to be really good to catch that one.
That was a really big difficulty spike after a little bit of a calmer section, yeah.
Yeah, and it didn't even seem to be getting that more intense. Kind of what you would expect with the convert. You gotta be always ready, pretty much at all times.
Not a fan of these spam clapped hit sounds, but I don't have to play the map, I suppose, so...
Yeah, that's why you have to put on your own custom clap it sounds. Do that kind of stuff with this map, possibly.
That's going to conclude our hard rock pool. Double time coming up now. As I said, neither of these picks for the specifics from the double time pool are specifically crafted for the tournament. But the first one coming up is going to be Amatsuki's Doraemon. This is from Verti, and I believe this was ranked this week, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, I believe you're correct. I can go check on that real quickly. Yep, 5 days ago. So very, very brand new to the rank section.
So 2.5 minutes in length. It's going to be 240 BPM with double time applied. Circle size of 4.2. A little bit higher than obviously the standard 4. But an approach rate of 10.5 almost coming out. This is probably one of the fastest DPI approach rates we've seen on the double time pool in any CWC to date.
Yeah, there has been a few that have been higher. I believe it was, I can't think of the map. It was in 2018 finals, or grand finals double time. There was one map that was, a lot of people used to play for PP, but also got really bad Akon. I forgot what it was, and that was 9.3 double time. This one right here is 9.2 double time, so a little bit slower. If you play double time at this level, you should be able to beat it. A little bit easier, not that easy though, of course, but Probably you'll
Yeah.
be able to beat this.
Yeah, flow itself is reasonably lenient. The difficulty is just coming obviously from just how fast these notes are being hurled at you. Yeah, some discussion going on in chat. It was a fact that Ascendance's hyperdrive from Nanovi, I believe, that was that 9.3 map.
Yeah, this map
Good memory
seems to
there.
yeah, it seems to be more of what I expected from the high AR double time pick last round. It was kind of a bit technical and too, I'd say, difficult possibly for last round. But this one is definitely more on the more consistency-based high AR. Can you read this? You know. So it's good to see the map pool bringing it back to what I think is a better way to show high AR in a double time pool.
Those half jumps at the end look really punishing at this approach rate and BPM. Something that you would normally have considered like an easier pattern in the map suddenly become incredibly spicy when double time is applied. Double time 2, the last of our specifics, is going to be in circles from Creo. This is a map that I'm pretty sure I either heavily modded or nominated way back in 2019. Yeah, July of 2019 from Sao Chao. This is pretty long. Actually the shortest of the 3 double time picks on offer, only 2 minutes, 32 seconds. BPM of about 280. There is a slower section, I think halfway through, which is obviously going to hopefully not catch too many people out. But a circle size of 5 is the punishment here.
Even just watching this is bringing back the memories of the Creo quest. If Wanji is here, I know Wanji's been watching some of the map pool showcases. I know how he feels.
Oh, you were part of that adventure, were you not?
Yeah, I was.
Seka?
Good times, good times. Yeah, with this map, there seems to be a lot of stop and go rhythm, kind of, with these verticals. You just kind of go, stop, go, stop, go, stop. Kind of repeats itself a little bit.
A lot of these kind of long, like oddly shaped sliders, which could be quite punishing at the kind of increased catcher speed that double time offers here. Considering that those little juice drops are obviously essential to maintain combo, but are quite a bit smaller in terms of their hitbox than the normal fruit. There's another great example of that stop flow kind of patterning that you were talking about earlier. And now we're kicking into a higher slider velocity, much more snappy, much stronger hyper dash section.
You know, Dave in the chat actually just saying we haven't gotten any Camellia song in the map pool until now. And that's actually kind of surprising.
There is still time.
You are right, there is still time. We're gonna see one? Not with this map, though.
We can be excited for more Susumu Hirasawa, though. The girl in Byakuya. This is the longest of the 3 double time picks on offer at just over 3 minutes in length in the double time pool, but is also the slowest at 180 BPM, and the largest circle size, 3.8. So very standard approach rate 8 map, so 9.67 when double time is added, but as far as you can tell, as soon as Susumu Hirasawa appears in the artist field, you know that the map itself is going to be anything but standard.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of very fast wiggles coming in here right at the start of it. Kind of what you would expect, like you said, with the Susumu Hirasawa maps.
Interesting that even though this is a much more recent map than a lot of those old difficulties, this one from June of 2020, it does still retain a lot of that kind of older style aesthetic. I think it's one of those things that if you map Susumu Hirasawa, then you need to, at least in some way, pay kind of a bit of a respect, a bit of homage to that older mapping style.
Definitely. I mean, at this point, if you map Susumu Hirasawa and you're not making an Air 8, what are you doing with yourself?
The more of these kind of snappy one-quarter dashes, some of which are hypered, some of which are not, almost all of which are combined with a lot of anti-flow into and out of sliders as well. But there's also some of these patterns where you have to stand still for long periods and then immediately speed up and pick up the pace again.
Yeah, those patterns right there are actually very hard to play because you have to move forward, stop, and then move forward, stop, and then go back. And that's really hard to do, especially in the singular direction that those are facing.
Yeah, it's very easy to get sucked into a kind of much more flowy playstyle when your catcher has that increased speed. But this is one of those patterns that you see in a lot of combats where you need to be stopping and then moving again in the same direction as you continued in, which is a little bit of a jarring motion for a lot of players. Of course, being a convert, you see some of these karma sections where you're mostly just standing still and then tap dashing. You know that an intense section with hyper dashes and weird anti-flow is going to be thrown in just around the corner. That unpredictability that converts have in spades. You can see there a little hyper dashing reverse stare pattern. Really, really tricky.
Yeah, as you would expect, more of those patterns coming in. I think it's been like the 6th time we've seen that singular pattern, so if you can't play that pattern, maybe this is
not the map pool for you.
Yeah. There it is again, even right at the end of the song.
Some nice balance on those buzz sliders at the end. But that is it for the double time. For the main pool, it is tiebreaker time. Once again, custom map coming in. And this one is going to be In Aeternum from Flesh God Apocalypse by Diletto and Dust. And I'm pretty sure that is Divine Judgment in Italian. Exactly the kind of difficulty name and artist I would expect from Diletto, big metal fan.
Oh yeah, especially with Dust too. Diletto and Dust, I know they're also making another collab project on a metal map with myself. Getting that work in progress as well. This one, not surprising for me to see a Diletto and Dust map as a tiebreaker in the finals. Especially on Flesh God Apocalypse, I know they both love stuff like this.
Yeah, so just under 5.5 minutes in length, 150 BPM, although that is incredibly deceptive with how dense a lot of these patterns and bursting kick drums and ripping guitar riffs are. So I definitely do treat that with a grain of salt. 1/6 is going to be the predominant rhythm here, so it's going to feel more like 225 BPM for your typical kind of 1/4 streaming pattern. As you can tell, a lot denser in terms of note placement than you would maybe expect. We've got a little lyric storyboard in the background there, just in case you are one of the 99.9% of people that have no idea what the lyrics are actually saying in the Flesh God Apocalypse's songs.
You know, it's okay if you're the other 0.01% that uses a storyboard, that way you get to see it now. A lot of people don't use storyboards because a little bit of lag when playing, but they're always nice to have.
Yeah, kudos to the effort being put in for mapping, creating a storyboard for a finals week tiebreaker that's going to be played by 6 teams.
Yeah,
that are all going to be
those
focusing
players
so harsh.
Exactly. All those players are probably going to be, oh, that's going to lag me. I don't want to play with that. But it's always nice to see.
Yeah, it is. And of course, a lot of these maps aren't hopefully just going to die as soon as the tournament ends. So if you have enjoyed any of the maps from this pool that are custom maps and you want to see them get into ranked so that you can play them and set scores on them, please do in any way that you can. Support the mappers who created them. It's going to be really lovely to see so many new custom songs coming out of this tournament, as we've seen in mapping contests before.
Yeah, definitely. I know for myself that I personally am going to be ranking quite a few maps from the World Cup, I think. I did rejoin the BN recently, and I know a lot of other BNs like Makashi are going to want to rank as many maps as they can from the World Cup, all these custom maps. So if you want to see a custom map ranked, make sure to please DM the mapper. Let them know, hey, I love this, you should rank it. And that will just give them even, honestly, more motivation to rank it.
And if you didn't love it, then tell them what you didn't love about it, tell them how they can make it better, and I'm sure that they would appreciate that feedback as well.
True, very true.
So as with all tiebreakers throughout the CWC, this is obviously definitely heavily focused on consistency and stamina. And with how much the density and difficulty has been ramped up, you can see a lot of these anti-flow patterns being combined with standstills thrown in. That is the primary test here, is just a test of stamina. How long can you keep going after you've already played kind of 12 other maps if you are kind of pushed into this situation? I want to say forced. It'll be great for us, the viewers, the commentators, to see a lot more tiebreakers. We saw, I think, 2 or maybe 3 this weekend just passed. But for the players, you probably want to avoid putting yourself in a risky position like this, especially when you're so close to that tantalizing podium spot that's coming up at the end of this week.
Super stressful, to be honest. But yeah, some of these 1-4 dashes, 1-6 at this BPM, obviously, but I'm just going to say 1-4 because it looks like 1-4. They're very farther than what you would normally expect at this BPM.
You can hear that guitar coming in the background, and I'm sure a solo is upon us, which will no doubt bring forth massive density.
Good thing about this kind of map is that I'd say almost every player that's left in the tournament has at least played something like this, and if they haven't played something like this, then they haven't really played the game for the past 2 years, to be honest, because these maps are very, very frequent with the Lilo and Dust mapping styles. So it should be kind of a fresh, like, hey, I know that sort of feeling with this map.
Familiar yet somehow different.
Exactly. This right here is reminding me of Deletto's Apparition, the little slow power at around 3300 combo, where it's just super, super far one-half hyper dashes. And it kind of feels more intense than it actually does because of the far spacings on the hyper dashes.
Nice little bursting stream section towards the end there. Might catch some people out, but that is going to do it for the tiebreaker and for our finals week map pool showcase. So as I said, 6 teams going to be continuing in the tournament. 2 in that winner's bracket, 4 in the loser's bracket, fighting for 3 podium spots. You're going to be playing this next week, Seka. You have any closing thoughts on any of the maps in particular? Where do you think is going to be the most interesting? Where are the matches going to be won and lost?
Looks hard. That's my kind of feedback on this. I think a lot of teams are going to struggle on the hidden map pool in particular because if you can't play hidden, you can't play the maps. That's just how it is, you know. We saw that kind of happen this weekend. But the rest of the maps kind of seem fair game for a lot of these teams, so it should be interesting.
Well, that is excellent to hear. So, as always, our teams will have the entirety of the next week to practice and prepare and strategize. They know their opponents, they know the map pool. They only now need to decide what they're going to pick, what they're going to ban, and how they are going to get to that much-needed victory. So, yeah, as I said, 1 week. The finals week 1 will be coming to you next Saturday. Showcases will be... showcases, silly me. Schedules will be coming out very soon, hopefully, posted to the wiki. So do stay tuned, follow that wiki for updates, follow the Twitch stream, of course, us right here at Os Live, to know when we are live. That will include pre-shows, of course, if you love seeing us in our snazzy suits, talking about all manner of fruit-catching antics, and of course, on Twitter as well, you'll get updates of when we go live, when interesting things are happening, and yeah, generally when to not miss the action. Any kind of thing you want to say to conclude, Seka?
No, not really. I think you kind of got it all over there. Just make sure come back next weekend. Gonna have one more weekend after next week and 2 more weekends of matches, so should be great.
Okay, so that will conclude for this semi-final week of the Oscatch 2021 World Cup. Thank you everyone so much for watching. I have been JB Hyperion, and I've been joined by Seka for this Map Ball Showcase, and we will see you in the next time.
I can feel the evolution. Only time no longer frozen. So maybe all the